Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. And joining me as always, my co-host, FDDNM.
Beard DDNM here, and off to our other co-host-ish. I don't know, he was temporary, but he's basically mainline at this point, RHYS.
He's a fan favorite.
Fan favorite. Yep. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, highly requested.
Good to be
so
here.
He's dead to us now. What's up, FDM?
Nothing. I just said highly requested to be here.
Highly requested.
Highly
Gotcha.
requested.
I thought you said I have a question.
Anyway. That keeps coming back.
All right. So, there's a bit to go over this week because, it's been 3 weeks since a podcast. I also compiled the articles last week because we were planning to have a podcast, but things just worked out in a way where it just was better to get the Broly video out of the way instead of working another week on that shit. So that's out if you guys haven't watched it. Now, a couple of really just sort of minor but yet very important things to go over before we jump into things. So they have finally dropped the watch time. A lot on the brain right now. The overtime. That's what I meant to say. They finally dropped the overtime threshold, so I can only pick up one extra shift a week, which is fantastic. And I'm hoping that by the next week they've dropped it, so I can't pick up any, because it's nice to only have to work one extra day, right? Even though the money's great and everything. But also on top of that, so peak is coming up, like the starting of the busy season for warehouse work, and I applied for peak supervisor for every shift because that's what I was told to do. And then it turns out that because I applied for every shift, including gap shift, which is a shift that only exists halfway through the year, it's supposed to start August 13th, but because we went from being so busy the last 5 months, having overtime every single week, to they're sending people home with voluntary time off every day. So they pushed gap shift back a week, so it will now start on August 20th. And the thing is that because I applied for every peak supervisor position, including gap, they're throwing me in gap, it looks like. There's a 90% chance that that's going to happen. So what that means is that I will be working, I think, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Wednesday through Saturday. I can't recall off the top of my head. But I'll be working 7 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. So that kind of sucks because I'll be working 4 days a week instead of 3. And if they still have overtime, then I'll be back at only having 2 days off. But we're gonna make that work. So anyway, without further ado, let's jump into things. So let me go ahead, get a screen share going.
Remember to like this video and leave your comments in the comment section.
So Green Line 743 says, so you got the source of the Dragon Ball images? I assume you mean from the thumbnail. I was telling Reese this before. When I was coming up with that thumbnail, my goal was to find the oldest existing images of Dragon Ball Foreign so that if anybody has ever seen it at all, they'll recognize it, right? So, I mean, I guess I could get you those sources later if you really need them.
Slide them into the table.
But apparently,
slide them into his DMs.
Apparently he hasn't seen them.
It didn't work as planned because my thought process was grab something that everybody is so familiar with, who if anybody's into it, right, kind of thing. I was trying to grab the oldest thing so that if anybody's into it at all, their brain will fill in what's hidden. Right? And they'll already know what's there kind of thing. That was the goal for the thumbnail. Thank you for the congrats, by the way. And hello there, Shisui Uchiha. All right. So let me, regarding the thumbnail, we got to address this, right? We have to do some, okay, Agi's still at work. All right. We have to address why that's the thumbnail. So we're going to start there. And I tabbed over on the wrong screen. There we go. Okay, so it's all because of this tweet from KW Miller for Congress of Florida's 18th District. They are now introducing a great deal of anime porn into the internet matrix. Dragon Ball Z is one of the top issues here. They are sexualizing cartoon characters to push a depraved agenda on our kids. What's next? Where will it end?
I think they saw your Broly video before it premiered. Is probably why. All the Goku and Broly penis.
No.
Yeah, so now, first of all, the thumbnail makes more sense, I think, for some people, right? That's why there's the Matrix code behind them. But here's the thing. I don't know who they are, but judging by this guy's other tweets, I have to suspect that they is China. Also, I love Raging Golden Eagle's image here. Not safe for work. Can't get in. Drill a hole through it. Looks through. Why can I see this? It has to be reported to be banned, right? Anyway, so continuing here. So these are sort of the tweets in order from when I saw them. Again, from KW Miller for Congress. I am the candidate to stand up to big special interests, no matter what industry, which I thought was a little weird because it seems like he's willing to stand up for, not stand up to, but kowtow to Karens, puritanical Karens, right, with that last tweet. But continuing here. And some of these have been deleted, so I had to scour through the archives and stuff. He said, I see that many of you got triggered by the truth about Dragon Ball Z and their hidden agenda. Again, who's they? Right? That's not the only series. How about Ellen DeGenerate? Which apparently, and I didn't actually watch. I didn't watch the whole video, but apparently the Ellen DeGeneres show, all of her like staff has like completely turned on her recently. I saw Come Geeksome had done a video about that. I didn't watch the whole thing yet, but anyway, continuing here. I have a treat for you guys coming up. Not the next tab, but the one after. Oh yeah, I saw this one. By the way, I am following this guy and have like tweet notifications turned on, and he tweets more than T. Greg Duchette and Ron Toye combined. It's incredible. 7:24 a.m. Third can of Goya beans. Second egg. Second cup of Black Rifle coffee. You can't get on my level. So first of all, holy shit, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure Goya makes those pretty big cans too. Also, so many people, every one of their replies are gold to all of these, but I definitely can't show most of them because they're Rule 34 stuff. But I love this one. This is something they screenshotted from a previous tweet he did. Waking up at 7 a.m. because it's Saturday. 2 cans of Goya beans being defrosted for raw consumption. Raw steak being cooked on the skillet. Bacon and eggs being prepared as well. A hearty diet is necessary for a good day of saving America from liberal degenerate scum. So I'm sorry. Am I to understand that he's keeping his beans in the freezer?
I guess.
Or does he like live in an igloo outside or some shit? Isn't he in Florida? Like, what the fuck? Is that something you have to do in Florida so that they don't bake in the heat of your pantry?
Yeah. No one likes pre-baked beans.
All right, so here comes some good stuff for you guys. All right, so I'm going to show you this E-Bombs world. This E-Bombs world. There's like 40 images here to go through that are relevant. All right. Now, so he's an expert. He's an expert of social media. Also, I want to point out, if you think this guy is a troll, which, by the way, I absolutely do, he's fucking verified, though. This is some dedication. But he's a pro at social media. How do I get that to go away? See, because you'll notice that he starts his tweets with a period. Okay? Now, the reason that you do this is because when you start without it, and you just do @ and then whatever the account is, the only person who sees that account or that tweet is the person you added in your feed, right? So it doesn't actually show up in a person's feed that's following you unless you start with something else like, hey, then @ in this case, real Donald Trump, right? So people put a period there so that it doesn't start with the @ symbol. And that means that they're followers, because this is like, not a rhetorical question, obviously, because it's not a question, but this is the point of this, is that he's not actually trying to get Trump's attention. He's just trying to like talk to all of his followers and talk himself up. Right?
Yeah.
So he says that real Donald Trump set the standard on Twitter. The bar is high. I will raise it higher. Now we're going to get into some real good stuff here. This picture is the very definition of masculinity. That's Trump at the southern border wall that's being constructed. KW Miller never sleeps. Too many big-time socialists to track down and prosecute. Hashtag big-time socialist. Hashtag KW Miller. By the way, almost every one of his tweets ends in KW Miller. I might have to... I located all of these tweets that we've shown so far through Internet Archive, Wayback Machine, Google Web Cache, and I got all of them, of the ones we've seen so far. But there's so many, and I was so fucking tired last night because it took me way too long to make that thumbnail that I decided to just pull those out of the dock and we would just go through this instead, right? I'm realizing I think one of the tweets that's really important isn't in here, so we're just going to see and I'll have to... Oh, no, it's right here. Perfect. Last month, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez worked with K-pop agents via the app TikTok to sabotage the president's rally. K-pop is foreign propaganda. Why was AOC conspiring with Koreans such as Jungkook and BTS, the K-pop band, which stands for Big Time Socialists, to undermine our president? TikTok is Chinese owned. Kim Jong-un knew. So my favorite thing about this is that this guy he claims to be an independent. And if you ever see his interviews or his YouTube channel, he's a completely normal guy on camera. On Twitter, it's as if his account was hijacked. Right? Because rather than cater to things that the right actually believes for his rallying of the base, he appears to be catering to the straw man of what the left claims the right believes. So all of his tweets are extremely xenophobic, right? He believes that every type of Asian is just Chinese, right? That's what it appears to me. So continuing here, I intend to be elected president in 2024. This is my favorite tweet coming up. Kanye West versus KW Miller for the Republican presidential nomination 2024. KW will win. Which is fucking hilarious because it's also the initials of Kanye West.
Oh my God.
So continuing, Joe Biden just said he's ready to defund the police. Will he start by replacing his Secret Service detail with Scooby-Doo characters? I'd rather have Trump's ass on Mount Rushmore before I'd want to have Obama's face on it. Don Lemon, that is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. You are on notice now. This is the Democrat version of Mount Rushmore, chock full of pedos. So we've got Bill Cosby, Weinstein, Epstein, and I pretty sure this is supposed to be Joe Biden.
Make China great again.
Yeah. Also, this is a great tweet. Masks are for criminals and perverts. Democrats love masks. Think about it. The biggest brain. So here's the section that E-Bomb's World calls WTF. I am the red pill. I lied earlier. My favorite tweet's coming up, actually. Hey, cancel culture. You're canceled. KW Miller has put you on notice. Now, my favorite thing about this is how often when somebody replies to him, he will correct their grammar with the your, changing it to an apostrophe RE.
Yeah.
But when it's his own tweets, he's incapable of using the proper grammar. This is the best tweet out there. There were 7 founding fathers. I am the 8th. I had a cup of coffee this morning for each gender that exists. How many cups of coffee did I have?
2.
My pronouns are KW and sir. Do not refer to me otherwise. Viagra was invented for low T men, many of which have blue checks and are obsessed with KW's Twitter page. KW Miller is testosterone defined and would never touch that stuff.
This is a gold mine.
I know. If I sat down next to your mom at the bar, I'd have her vote within a minute. Most of you will never know that power. The most exciting thing many of you will do tomorrow is look at my Twitter. Life is short. Don't forget to live it to the fullest. Though the tweet of God has 6 million followers, be aware it is clearly not the Lord. And it is clearly disrespectful and likely run by those without God in their life. KW Miller will always worship the Lord. I keep my travel Bible with me in my briefcase at all times. Lowercase Bible. Your bullets will do nothing to me. So here he is on conspiracies.
Oh,
He's actually kind of lame. People keep asking me if I follow QAnon. I don't follow QAnon. QAnon follows me. K-pop, Korean propaganda of population. TikTok and K-pop are destroying the minds of our youth. They've got to go now. On notice. Beyonce is a Marxist deep state operative who has no place in American pop culture. Beyonce is not even African American. She is faking this for exposure. Her real name is Anne-Marie Lastrassi. She is Italian. This is all part of the Soros deep state agenda for the Black Lives Matter movement. Beyonce, you are on notice!
I love how everyone's on notice.
Yeah. In the Satanist Formation song, Beyonce shouts out, a black Bill Gates in the making. Consequently, in 2020, we see Black Lives Matter terrorizing the country at the same time as Bill Gates pushes a COVID vaccination. She was getting the ladies in. She was getting the ladies information 4 years ago. Why? This is yet another example of the Soros cabal hating Italians. Why did they make Anne-Marie Lastrassi become Beyonce? Why did Ariana Grande begin to darken her skin and shed her Italian personality? Why are they ripping down Christopher Columbus statues? What is going on? Ariana started a nice and innocent young Italian woman on the show Victorious. Her role on the show was not especially relevant, but she was catapulted to some level of stardom. Allegedly, Soros/Obama cabal saw this girl and assumed she would be perfect for their agenda. What agenda? You're going to have to fill me in on that one. Again, the period. Because this isn't for her. It's for you. Ariana Grande is on notice. I don't want to upset Safari, so I am debating whether or not to reveal the agenda behind Nicki Minaj. It does bother me, however, to see Nicki exploiting the youth and leading them to the Democrats at the bequest of Wheezy F Baby. Nicki is a victim in this herself. Nicki Minaj is still on notice. The night is still young. Well, he's using the where we go, one we go all QAnon stuff in it. Is there adrenochrome in the Patti LaBelle pies? What does Walmart know? You know Walmart is China. The media is doing their best to protect their own, especially Patti LaBelle. I have nothing against her, but don't be fooled. She sang at the Clinton White House 30 plus times, very close to Oprah. You all know about Oprah. The deep state operatives are the ones you never expect. Beyonce and Jay-Z are on notice. Their secrets need to be revealed. Stop releasing awful music and perhaps we can let the truth stay buried? No, I don't think so. Hashtag Great Awakening. Oh, this is the section on rappers. We haven't gotten there yet? Pusha T should not be revered as an icon. He is a crack cocaine dealer who comes up with nursery rhymes and puts them to music. Stop holding these people up as role models. By the way, Pusha T arguably had the second best verse on Mercy, and that is not a testament to him. It's just a testament to how pitiful Big Sean is as an MC. Burned. All right. 2 Chainz can get his chain snatched. He's on notice too. All right. All right. So that's it from the E-Bombs World compilation. We got a couple more real quick to wrap this up. Many amateur YouTubers and podcasters have been using the KW Miller brand to further their channels and gain followings. You are using my image and likeness without my permission. You are put on notice. So, guys, we are on notice, whatever that's supposed to mean.
You must have a really long on notice list.
I know, right? Like the master list. It's just it's a document, like a Word document. He opens it up, and it just says everyone. Okay, continuing here. Why are anime, TikTok, and K-pop suddenly all the craze in America? China is infiltrating their culture into America at record warp speeds in hopes of changing public perception. They do this to try to capture the hearts of Gen Z, but luckily, boomers are showing them the light. Also, we got a reply here from John Shane. Shout out to John Shane, acknowledging that only one of those things is from China, namely TikTok, which they just own. Whew, continuing here. Dear leftists and liberal fake news media, you have been, quote, completely trolled by KW Miller. You were given rope and every single one of you hung yourselves. We knew you would. Hashtag KW Miller, hashtag MAGA and MAGA 2020. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that amazing ride through the derangement of a lunatic. Let's get started with the actual podcast here. So first of all, if you want to support this podcast, you can support it directly through the OCA Podcast Patreon. If you want to support the channel, you can do that through the Anime Collector Patreon, where you will see things such as my behind-the-scenes process. Literally the only thing I posted in like months before the Broly video, where I acknowledge things like how in the Blu-ray of the first Broly movie, his mouth disappears for a few frames. So I fixed that shit for you guys. You don't have to see that. Well, at least in my video, not on the Blu-ray. You still have to see it on the Blu-ray. Anyway, continuing here. If you want to support pretty much the entire efforts of the channel, podcast, everything, you guys can do that through StuffLoop.com, where you can buy wonderful merchandise from your favorite animes, or more specifically, animes that have shirts. And I'm actually wearing, I think actually, Reese, you said you were wearing the same one,
Yep,
so people can get a visual.
We're both wearing the exact same shirt.
Yep. I vectorize all these designs. I make them super clean. So you guys can enjoy that. Also, going into I don't have time with this podcast to go into everything. But I do want to talk about this in the Vic Mignogna case. And I have to do this through archive.org or .is or whatever, because the Quartering has deactivated his Twitter account. Perhaps because this was the spiciest post he's ever made and it had too much fire. Wife abuser Ron Toye returns to Twitter after the Farms found his minor son's Grindr or Tinder profile or whatever. I, for one, am very excited for his return. Yeah, so Ron Toye is back, circumventing his ban, which I'm okay with for the most part, except that every one of his tweets, like, he's so unhinged now. And I'm not entirely sure why. I wonder if he is starting to feel the heat that the appeals is like in the process now, right? Because he is back to, I think he might actually have more defaming tweets against Vic now than when the lawsuit started, right? It's unbelievable, right? Now, even to the point where, circling back to KW Miller, they are now introducing a great deal of anime porn into the internet matrix, right? We talked about this first one. Dragon Ball Z is one of the top issues here. Sophia says
nothing is the main lead.
Sophia says nothing is more pathetic than pandering to evangelicals. Just stop. I'm so sick of the baby boomer neocon mentality. For the record, this is why Obama won, because under Bush, this is all we had to fucking hear about, and young people hate it. Oh shit. Is that you or me having trouble connecting? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
All right,
my connection is oddly good today.
Good.
Mine went out. Did you guys go out or?
Nope, I'm still here.
You.
All right, so in response to that, Ricada said, no way. He needs to stop the scourge of Dragon Ball Z porn. To which Ron Toye replies, why don't you tell them about your family estate attorney you referred the client to, who has zero experience with defamation, after raising funds for the client, who was represented by a different attorney at the time, according to his deposition. What the fuck does that have to do at all with anything that they're talking about? He is literally, I don't want to go through all the tweets, but if Vic's name pops up at all, Ron Toye is there with this fucking tweet.
Right,
Nick,
like
I
I linked you guys that one tweet that was regarding that Sentai voice actor who was replaced in Beyond the Boundary.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later on.
I'm just mentioning how, Ron Toye.
It's absurd.
Yeah, he responded to something on there when someone was comparing it to the Vic situation, and he's like, yeah, but blah, 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 something that has nothing to do with the tweet thread.
So you guys know that like meme idea of the person who's like, maybe they're an Instagram model, or at least they think they are, or they just post pictures of fancy food, champagne, right? But in reality, it's like that meme where the guy puts his fingers like this, right? And he takes a picture of his desktop, so it looks like his knees at like a fancy beach or whatever, right? Like, oh, I'm on vacation. But it's like a picture of his wallpaper on his computer with his fingers representing his knees, right? So you get like, the idea is that they're working meticulously to portray themselves in some way on social media, successful, happy, extravagant lifestyle, right? But in reality, they're like crying behind a dumpster with their phone plugged into an outside rusty like outlet or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like they're not doing anything. How the fuck does Ron Toye have a job? He is on Twitter all fucking day. How does he get anything done? I mean, you could blame it on coronavirus, I guess, right? That perhaps his job is like at a diminished capacity right now, or he has a lot more time off or something because of it. I don't know. But so many of these people are on Twitter all fucking day. I don't know how they even have time to eat. Like, how do you even go out and get food from the grocery store? Because you just got to be in, like, you drive all the way there, like, well, Vic Mignogna, you know, like the whole time you park your car and you're tweeting on the way in. Oh shit, I forgot my mask. Hold on. And then you tweet all, you know, and then all that shit. Like, I don't get it. I don't know how he's capable of doing this. He must actually be filthy rich or on the verge of the biggest meltdown we will have ever seen. So as he says, Nick, you know, it is sad to see you grandstanding after you cost the dude so much and put this clip out for the world to see. Not just this, but his entire deposition. More to come later. But this is a reminder of your outstanding legal analysis. So again, it is sad to see you grandstanding. This is grandstanding. No way. He needs to stop the scourge of Dragon Ball Z porn to KW Miller, right? That's grandstanding. No, but I love this because he has to post all of this shit. Oh, again, there's more? There's fucking more. Dear God, this guy. He has to post the videos from Nick's stream because of two reasons, or two possible reasons. Either Lemoyne wouldn't give him the raw footage so that he could have just uploaded that, or because Toye knows that this is a terrible fucking idea and Lemoyne wouldn't give it to him, so he didn't even ask and had to just go through Nick's streams. This is the dumbest fucking move ever, especially at this point in the lawsuit. Now, again, he posts more stuff here. Would you agree that it's inappropriate to hug a 14-year-old girl or whatever, kiss them on the face? I'll read it. I'm not going to paraphrase this. This is from the deposition. This is the transcript. Question. Would you agree with me, this is Lemoyne, that kissing 14-year-old girls on the face, whether it's consensual or not, is really not appropriate for a 40 or 50-year-old man? Objection form. Vic said, I would say a lot depends on context. Lemoyne says, okay, when is it? What is the context in which a 40 or 50-year-old man kissing a 14-year-old girl is appropriate? Vic says, well, if it is requested, if the, you know, he's like coming up with his response, right? Well, I'll give you context. If it's your granddaughter, yeah, like there's plenty, right? But then he goes on to snip out this portion, and oh dear God, this photo from the Anime News Network. Look at the arrows and the circles, right? Now I don't know about you guys, but I don't think this shows anything personally. Also, we covered the arm in the jacket because she's wearing a hoodie. And her arm is over his, so that's what happens when you open your arms up to hug somebody. That it's very likely that their hand is going to end up inside the jacket because you came in over their arm. Mm-hmm. And then this photo, for some reason, is included, as if this is incriminating.
Yeah, look at this creepy guy smile at the camera. Look at him, just ugh. Yeah.
How dare he smile at the camera? He lost his rights to smile long ago.
But yeah, just again, this is a Twitter thread that he's going off on, and I have to be careful because if there's anything else here, I don't want to risk it. I don't know if there's anything else because the Dragon Ball Z porn has a lot of comments. I definitely will have to take the stream down for if they show up on here because of the images embedded in them. But again, this is about this. Right? He needs to stop the scourge of DVZ porn. And this is Ron Toya going off on this ridiculous tirade. And this is an example of a ridiculous one. This is literally, as we were saying, anytime Vic's name comes up on Twitter, it's like he's sitting there Googling Vic's name every moment of the day, going on every forum, posting this thing without even reading the comment. Oh, there's Vic's name. Like Control F, Vic, there's one, reply. Doesn't even read what it says, Anyway. Now, continuing here, housing help for Chris Beveridge. So Chris Beveridge runs the Phantom Post. All right. Now he has put out this GoFundMe here. The long and short of it is that he's hit some financial troubles due to coronavirus and whatnot.
And his site makes no money.
Yeah, pretty much. So if you guys want to help him out, if you want to read that yourself, it's in the doc, which is in the description of this video. You shouldn't have to join the group to see it. I don't know why Random 11 always has such a hard time, but anyway. So let me address some of the comments here because I've gone through quite a bit. Jeff thought I was talking about Dick Puncher. Curious if Jeff knows who Dick Puncher is.
Oh, is that Samurai Jeff?
Yes. Oh,
hello, Samurai Jeff.
He posted through Facebook, so I've just doxed him. Great job, me. This is regarding KW Miller, LMAO. Yeah, that he clearly knows what he's talking about. Seb says, "Gonna eat my taco and watch the stream." Hey, good for you. I was actually in the Taco Bell drive-through when the premiere for the Broly video started. Hilarious that I could pass for parody count. Honestly, seriously, I'm pretty sure it's a troll, right? It's just way too out there, even though it's verified. And I think the point is that when you say something ridiculous, like, the idea that no press is bad press or whatever, like the idea that if you say like BTS stands for big time socialist or something, you're going to actually get some people who legitimately believe you at your word, like Ron Toya, anything he sees on the internet, he believes. Or you're going to get people who ridicule you constantly, but it gets your name out there, right? And then people check out your YouTube channel and see you talking like a normal guy and think, oh, actually, what's up with this, right? Maybe I'll vote for this guy. I don't know what his end game is other than perhaps that, but I don't know. Anyway, Greenline743 says, this guy, based on his tweets alone, is the very definition of a boomer. He claims to be from Gen X, actually, but yeah. Wow, LOL. Seb says, I've seen Pusha T live. Hey, Seb. I had never even heard the words Pusha T before I saw that tweet.
Same.
He just gives Arcada more YouTube revenue regarding Toye. And have you seen the Conversation by Proxy? Those are so funny. Toye is such an idiot.
I watched all of them, and this final one has aired.
I have watched a bunch of them. I've been trying to get caught up recently. There's like four of them. There's like four of them, and then he does the reply brief one. I just finished that video last night while I was working on the thumbnail. So I haven't finished all the Conversations by Proxy, but I did watch Crumb's stream that he was on, right? So I know everything he says. So I have seen it, and I have face palmed numerous times at his idiocy. All right, so continuing here, we got some news. Udawarumono OP theme composer Susumu Mameda passed away.
You said that like we have some news, like a good thing.
Oh yeah. Good news, guys! This guy died. Oh.
Good news, everyone. No.
Good news.
So now there's a position open for the next OP theme.
All right.
Boy, I'm so great at reading news about people dead. I don't know why I'm so bad at this. Continuing. Attack on Titan live action actor Haruma Miura dies at 30. Now, the worst thing about this is it'll undoubtedly be another reason that Kentaro Miura, probably with no relation to this guy, will use to delay Berserk further. No, but this guy
who shared a name with me died, so I'm gonna have to take some time off, guys.
So it's being inspected as though it's a suicide. So he was also in Captain Harlock Space Pirate, the 3D one. Anyway, now I have put this topic off for when was this posted? May 24th for quite a while. I wanted to finally get this done. So Terrace House stars condemn cyberbullying after death of housemate Hana Kimura. So do you guys know what Terrace House is?
No.
Nope.
So it sounds like a reality show similar to Big Brother.
Yeah, didn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. Now in Japan, they do a lot of TV in Japan where they have a panel of people reacting to it live, and you see like them in the little corner, right? The little picture-in-picture video of the celebrity like hosts reacting to what's happening in front of us on TV, kind of thing. But this show does something slightly different, where they will show uninterrupted like a segment from the show, right, as stuff develops, and then it'll cut to a panel of people at a table talking about what they just saw, right? So it's kind of like a book club sort of moment by moment, will they, won't they, let's discuss it, episode reviewer type thing. But it's very popular, and it's launched the careers of a lot of people. But I want to go ahead and read this. Now, I just want to warn you guys, some of my highlights for the tweets, for not necessarily these articles, but some of them have not loaded. So it's going to be a little bit repetitive in some parts, but I wanted to make sure that we at least address this finally. So, messages from Netflix reality show cast members suggest bullying contributed to the young pro wrestler's death, this being Hana Kimura. She seems to have committed suicide. It seems pretty much open and shut case, right? People in Japan have been shocked by the news that Hana Kimura, a pro wrestler and one of the current members of Netflix's Terrace House reality show, has died at the age of 22.
I was still 22 at that date.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you had a
2 days
recently.
after, though, I turned 23.
Right. Well, she'll never turn 23, so thanks for rubbing it in. World Wonder Wing Stardom, the female wrestling league in Japan, which Kimura belonged to, made the announcement on the 23rd of May on both their English and Japanese language Twitter accounts. So, Stardom, right? We are Stardom. Stardom fans, we are very sorry to report that our Hana Kimura has passed away. Please be respectful and allow some time for things to process, and keep your thoughts and prayers with her family and friends. We appreciate your support during this difficult time. So, while the cause of Kimura's death is yet to be officially announced, fans believe cyberbullying is largely to blame, as the TV star's social media accounts had attracted a noticeable number of hateful comments, particularly after the costume incident recently aired on the show. During the incident, Kimura was seen losing her temper at fellow housemate Kai, who had shrunk her cherished, expensive wrestling costume after failing to check the washing machine before doing a load of his own. So, I watched this episode in preparation for covering this, and her, what did they call it? Losing her temper is like, they've got some pretty fucking tame reality TV in Japan, because it was ridiculously not that big of a deal at all and completely warranted. Because the thing is like, this is like her costume as a pro wrestler. That's like a luchador's mask, right?
Mhm.
That is part of their identity. And it's not only custom made and very expensive, but it has a bunch of memories attached to it because she won certain events while wearing it,
Mhm.
and it's a part of her and a part of her career and her brand and everything. And she
Right.
can't wear it anymore because it shrank, right? And it shrank to the point where when she tried to put it on, it broke, right? Understandably, she was very upset. So while many fans felt the outburst was warranted, especially as tensions had been simmering between the housemates over Kai's failure to contribute to chores and payments for recent outings, a number of online haters saw it as an opportunity to heap hate comments on Kimura. With the cast currently out of the house and in their own homes due to coronavirus countermeasures, Kimura's exposure to hurtful online comments had increased, and fans expressed concern after Kimura posted a series of troubling posts on the 23rd of May. Her last post on Instagram shows a photo of herself with her cat, posted with no message, but with text over the photo that says, "I love you. Live a long, happy life. I'm sorry." The final post on her Instagram stories included another photo with her cat with text across it that reads, "Sayonara," or goodbye. All right, so this person replied to it like, "What is happening? Hana Kimura, stardom." The below photos were taken from her official Twitter account on the 23rd of May after a tweet showing her self-harming and apologizing for, quote, being weak when dealing with the, quote, 100 or so opinions she receives from people online every day was taken off of her account, right? So, boy, I read that in a terrible way. Actually, it's a badly phrased sentence, but it says the below photos were uploaded to her official Twitter account on May 23rd after a tweet showing her self-harming and apologizing for being weak was taken off her account, right? So she posted a tweet that showed her harming herself. Then she deleted it and posted this, right? With that statement, right, about the being weak and dealing with 100 or so stuff, right? Was from the deleted one. Anyway, the above tweet, which was posted without any message, shows Kimura with her kitten. Fans and fellow wrestlers from around the world were shocked to hear the news that Kimura, the daughter of former professional wrestler Kyoko Kimura, had passed away so suddenly. So I'm not going to read all these, but these are people, basically saying their goodbyes after she died, right? And sharing their memories of the person. And then today, Kimura's castmates from the show, Terrace House, also took to social media to express their sadness. Fellow housemate Giuseppe Dorato, or Pepe, who lived with Kimura on the show until his departure from the house in December last year, left a series of posts on his Instagram stories dedicated to the moments the two shared together. He posted the below image with the image, "It hurts that I can't ever see you again." Kind of looks like FDDNM a little bit.
Yeah,
Not really.
My clear glasses.
And then John Kimverlew Tupas, or Tupas, I don't know, said he was shocked by Kimura's passing, with their last communication being just 1 week ago. While he says he's been lost for words since he heard the news, he also says this isn't goodbye, but see you later. And he will never forget the beautiful strength of that one Hana, Hana meaning flower in Japanese, that bloomed in the ring. All right. Violetta Razdumia, or Vivi, said, "Please, somebody say I'm just watching the movie 13 Reasons Why. Somebody say I'm just having a bad dream, and when I wake up, you'll be in the bed next to me. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you." Emika Mizukoshi, who left the show in February, shared photos of Kimura on Instagram with a long, heartbreaking message. So she said, "In the middle of the night, I happened to stay up late and she was updating her Instagram story, so I casually sent her a DM. She usually doesn't take long to reply, so when I didn't hear anything from her, I became concerned, and when I saw her Twitter post, I noticed something was out of the ordinary, so I immediately left my house and headed over to her place. When I got to her place, she wasn't there, so I headed to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, there was a girl who was completely different. On the way to the hospital, the whole time I was thinking, maybe she's alive somewhere, I was thinking. Even if nothing's happened, I'll wrap her up in my arms and hug her. I was thinking of telling her, if you get into this type of situation, there are always people you can turn to, and the only time you can hurt yourself is in the ring. She went on to say, when I left Terrace House, I was also hurt by slander. Lots of people said die and go away, or you're on TV, so it's to be expected, and don't go on TV if you can't handle it. But even people who work in the limelight are human. We have emotions. Words really become weapons. The problem isn't that you're mentally weak, or you can't hack it, or you're out there, so you should take it. We have to dispel this trend of thinking it's okay to say anything you like to so-called famous people. Unless it's, KW Melody, you can say whatever you want. Basketballer Ryo Tawatari, who left the house in February, echoed Mizukoshi's words on the dangers of bullying, and this is what he had to say. How can you judge people you've never met and only seen on screen? Did they do something to you directly that you didn't like? What do you know? Are you that great? Are you perfect? You don't know what type of thoughts every individual has as they live their lives every day. You don't know their anxieties. You don't know if they have a past. Also, before you talk about the lives of others, live your life first. Then Raina Trendle, one of the Terrace House presenters, posted this message in Japanese and English on her Instagram account, where she said, actually, I'm not going to read that one. I highlighted way more than I thought I did. Anyway, Terrace House sent out a tweet on their official Japanese account, which read, "We are lost for words over the news of Miss Hana Kimura's sudden death. We would like to extend our deepest sympathy to her family. May she rest in peace." Terrace House also announced that the episode of the show scheduled to be broadcast on Fuji TV on the 25th of May has been suspended, as have the episodes scheduled to be distributed on Netflix on the 26th of May and the 2nd of June. Often described as a more sedate version of the TV show Big Brother, which doesn't have a localized Japanese version, Terrace House is a Japanese reality show that puts singles together in a luxury house, with their goal being to find love and realize their dreams. Kimura, who impressed both viewers and her housemates with her talent for wrestling, said one of the motivating factors that led her to join the show was the fact that she wanted more people to become interested in wrestling. She certainly achieved that with her exciting performances, and fans are now vowing to never forget the star by supporting the wrestling world while also taking a stand against online bullying. Yep, this, I'm just noticing, the highlight grabbed the entire thing, and I read way more than I was supposed to, because I clearly wasn't meaning to highlight this shit about the source and the featured images and all that. Anyway, moving on to the next article. Literally the entire article is highlighted. That's what happened here. Fuck me. All right, so continuing, as we reiterate a bunch of stuff. So the Terrace House season was canceled, removed from streaming service after Hana Kimura's death.
It sounds like you're saying terrorist house.
Well, on the 27th of May, Fuji TV and East Entertainment, Terrace House's production company, issued a joint statement announcing that filming for the series has been canceled, and also that previously available episodes are being removed from FOD, which I think is Fuji On Demand, Fuji TV's online streaming service. The statement posted to Fuji TV's website says, regarding the recent passing of cast member Hana Kimura, we would like to once again express our deep sadness and offer our sincere condolences to her family. Regarding Terrace House Tokyo 2019-2020, that's what the name of the season was, by the way, Tokyo 2019-2020, we have decided to cancel future filming and also to halt the streaming availability of episodes on Fuji On Demand. We accept the seriousness of this situation and will be earnestly taking it into consideration moving forward. Okay. Fuji TV and East Entertainment, Terrace House's production company. Damn it! Now I can't unhear it. Terrace House and Terrace House's production company said, "We accept the seriousness of this situation and will be earnestly taking it into consideration moving forward." Well, let's see if that's true. Hana Kimura's mother slams Terrace House castmates for partying after her daughter's death. Kyoko Kimura calls out Hana's friends after revealing staff pressured her daughter to stage scenes on the show.
I mean, that's every reality TV, but
yes. Sure. But keep in mind, so the episode is literally titled The Costume Incident. Okay? That incident and her reaction on screen to what happened was the source of the cyberbullying. On the 23rd of May, pro wrestler Hana Kimura, a starring member of the Terrace House Tokyo 2019-2020 reality TV show on Netflix, was found dead in her Tokyo apartment. She was 22 years old. Kimura's suicide followed months of bullying on social media, which reached a peak after the costume incident aired on the show. During this incident, Kimura shouted at fellow housemate Kai, with whom tensions had been simmering for weeks, hitting his cap off of his head after he inadvertently shrank her cherished, expensive wrestling costume in the washing machine. The online hate Kimura received, in spite of the fact that many viewers felt the outburst was warranted, was widely condemned by fans, celebrities, and even Japanese politicians, who said they would bolster countermeasures against online cyberbullies. However, this week, Kimura's mother, former pro wrestler Kyoko Kimura, revealed in an interview with weekly magazine Shukan Bunshun that, quote, the costume incident was actually staged by the show's producers. You know, the ones who had those kind words to say in the previous article. Kimura's final Instagram post reads, "I love you, live a long and happy life, I'm sorry." Hana's mother said her daughter spoke to her about the incident on the 18th of May, 5 days before her death, during a car ride home from a birthday party held for Hana's grandmother. Hana was in tears when she spoke, revealing that staff wanted her to act like a pro wrestler character on the show from the outset, telling her to, quote, turn level 1 type situations up to 100. So basically, overreact to everything, right? She went on to say that staff behind the scenes really stirred things up before the costume incident, telling her, quote, it'd be fine to go so far as to basically slap the guy across the face. Hana said she felt pressured to make the encounter dramatic, but she knew as a pro wrestler it wouldn't be right to hit him. So she hit the baseball cap on his head instead. Literally all she does is flip it off his head and say, don't wear the stupid hat or something like that. Right? Kimura didn't expect such backlash, given staff on the show were egging her on, which ultimately left her, quote, unable to trust the staff. Shukan Bunshun also published a series of line messages from Hana to friends and co-stars that read, quote, my work stuff got ruined, so staff told me to lose it on camera. Her work stuff being her costume. Staff fanned the Fames before filming. They said to basically hit him across the face, but of course I can't do that. It's not real, so I feel really bad about it. Sorry. According to the publication, Kai Kobayashi, the co-star who bore the brunt of Hana's anger during the incident, also came out to confirm that Hana had spoken to him on numerous occasions about the problem of staged scenes. Fuji TV, the station that broadcasts Terrace House in Japan, declined to comment on the interview, but said they were, quote, looking into claims of staged scenes on the show. After the magazine containing the interview with Hana's mother went on sale on the 2nd of July, her revelations created headlines in Japan. However, that same day, Terrace House cast members who lived with Hana during the filming of the show were pictured partying on a rooftop in Tokyo, you know, during coronavirus and all that. Toshiyuki Nino shared this photo of the gathering on Twitter with the caption, FAM, or FAMU. Right? So this is the photo. And by the way, you know that like meme of like in anime when the characters drink alcohol and their faces get real red? It seems like it's based in reality. Nino went on to share videos of the party on Instagram. Nino went on to share videos of the party on Instagram stories as well, where a number of Hana's former housemates appeared to be having a great time, celebrating with cake while inebriated and laughing and joking with each other. In one video, Nino could be seen posing with co-stars Reo Kanao, Emika Mizukoshi, Ruka Nishinori, and Yume Kobayashi, saying, quote, we are Terrace House. Needless to say, Kimura's mother was less than impressed to see Hana's supposed friends celebrating so soon after her daughter's death, tweeting out a message of her own that read, this timing, when Shukan Bunshun went on sale, Hana's 49th Memorial Day hasn't even taken place yet. People from that sketchy show are partying? hasn't even taken place, yet people from that sketchy show are partying? I guess the backbone of it is it's not their problem. I don't mean to criticize them individually, but it's just sad. Disappointing. I'm sorry.
Question. 49th?
Yes. Okay. They're going to talk about this. They're going to talk about this. According to Japanese Buddhist funeral traditions, the family of a deceased individual stays in mourning for 49 days, during which time the urn containing the bones of the departed is kept in the family home before being interned in a cemetery on the 49th day. Nino's decision to share photos from the party publicly within this time period is at the very least insensitive to her family, and many people online were quick to side with Hana's mother over the statement. Keep in mind, according to Japanese Buddhist funeral traditions, the family... Come on. Why can't I highlight? There we go. The family of the deceased individual stays in mourning for 49 days. Post on Twitter with the caption, "Fam, we are Terrace House." Right?
Yeah.
Since her daughter's passing, Kyoko Kimura has been vocal about defending Hana as she wants to help, quote, restore her daughter's honor. Hey, look, Casey Basile uses the British/Canadian way of spelling it. She wants everyone to know that her daughter was manipulated by staff to play the character of heel or villain from the pro wrestling world, and her death shouldn't be solely as a result of cyberbullying. All right. So, just a couple more here. To further the meddling from the production company, Terrace House star Kai Kobayashi, the guy whose hat was hit off of his head because he accidentally shrank her costume, says staff asked him to touch Hana Kimura's breasts. Quote, unscripted Netflix reality TV show comes under fire following claims of housemate manipulation. On 23rd of May, pro wrestler Hana Kimura, one of the starring members of Terrace House Tokyo 2019-2020 reality TV show on Netflix, was found dead in her Tokyo apartment from apparent suicide. She was 22 years old. Her death came shortly after the costume incident aired on Terrace House, which saw Kimura lose her temper at Kai Kobayashi, a fellow housemate with whom tensions had been simmering for weeks, when he accidentally shrank, blah, blah, blah. We already know all this. Anyway. Oh, yeah, I highlighted this one. Perfect. Okay. So, regarding all the stuff we just read with Shukan Bunshun or whatever that was. Yeah, Shukan Bunshun. Another claim of staff manipulating a member on the show. Another claim of staff manipulating a member on the show to create drama has surfaced, this time from Kobayashi himself. The claim was made in weekly magazine Shukan Bunshun, where Kobayashi spoke about a scene from episode 33, which aired on the 18th of February, showing Kimura and 25-year-old Kobayashi on a date together at an indoor trampoline park. Kobayashi told Shukan Bunshun, quote, the show's assistant director came over and casually whispered to me, just jumping on the trampoline isn't interesting. Then I was instructed to, quote, touch her breasts or something. I refused, saying that's not right. But these types of extreme requests were a daily occurrence. What the staff want is love and incidents, and they are aiming for things to blow up and go viral on social media. Kobayashi also backed up claims by Hana's mother that the drama in the costume incident was staged, saying Hana told him staff had encouraged her to amp up the tension in the scene. These bombshell revelations indicate that a lot of the drama on the famously unscripted show was actually staged, with little regard to personal repercussions for housemates. However, the show's Japanese broadcaster, Fuji TV, says they have looked into the matter and found no evidence to support claims that Hana was encouraged to slap her co-star.
No
they also
evidence,
say,
but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right. Oh, this is just like the Funimation Sony investigation. Like, yeah, we looked into it and we determined that this occurred. It's like, okay, can we see the evidence? No, we just determined it, you know?
I'll be right back.
All right. They also say there was nothing to indicate that any expression of feelings on the show was falsely portrayed. Of course they're going to say that, right? Now, got one more here. Hana Kimura's mother requests evidence of hate tweets cyberbullying her daughter after her death. Kyoko Kimura is building a case to bring down her daughter's cyberbullies. We already know all this stuff. She was found dead Hana's suicide followed months of bullying on social media, which reached a peak after the costume incident aired on the show. Blah, blah, blah. We already know this. Okay. The online hate Hana received, in spite of the fact that many viewers felt the outburst was warranted, was widely condemned by fan celebrities and even Japanese politicians who said they would bolster countermeasures against online cyberbullies. Now it appears that Hana's mother, former pro wrestler Kyoko Kimura, is also taking measures to silence the cyberbullies, as she tweeted out the following message on the 9th of July. She said, "Urgent. If there are people who have saved screenshots of malicious, slanderous tweets against Hana Kimura posted after the 23rd of May." So this is after her death, right? These are bullying things after her death. "Please reply with photos by midnight tonight. A large number have been erased, so the screenshots are requested for evidence. To avoid duplications, please check the replies." This request opened the floodgates for a thread of replies filled with screenshot after screenshot of vile comments directed at the Terrace House star. Trigger warning for those who want to look away now, as some of the shocking examples of cyberbullying faced by Hana online are listed below. Okay. So, I gotta open them. Damn it. I mean, some of them are pretty self-explanatory. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Same woman, apparently. "You are hated." This one's from Reddit.
If someone said, "You are hated" to me, I'd be like, okay.
All right, so here's the tweet that said, "Really, disappear from Terrace House. Gorillas. The contents and appearance are too scrappy." So that's one of them. Hey, when do you die? I think that's another one that's in the article here. Yeah, there's fuck you, right? We know that one. Okay. So this one's from Reddit. "Fucking attention seeker. Those cuts are deep. She's just manipulating people into feeling sorry for her after she was exposed as a massive cunt. No sympathy for her." So the cuts are deep. I think this is supposed to be those cuts aren't deep. Right? This is probably a non-native speaker, right? This is probably in reference to the self-harming tweet, right? She's just manipulating people into feeling sorry for her because she's posting photos of her cutting her wrists or whatever, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
So there's this one, "Reply me and laugh. When will you die? LOL." So these are the wonderful Google translations as well. Hey, when do you die? "The gorilla made Terrace House the worst. The man I liked shouted out and kicked out. And I like it when a new member comes in. Is it appealing?" I can't even read these. They're terribly phrased. Anyway, so many more hate tweets were unveiled, with a number of people on Instagram, YouTube, and other social media platforms shamelessly thanking Hana for dying and callously celebrating news of her death. These repulsive comments show just how much hate Hana had to deal with online on a day-to-day basis. However, Hana's mother has asked that people refrain from slandering the people who slandered, as the aim is not to reveal the culprits publicly, but to gather evidence in accordance with the law. While the type of legal action being taken has not been announced, Kyoko Kimura has said that she wants to restore her daughter's dignity by exposing facts that led to her daughter's death. Okay. So, well, let me finish this roll. "By taking action to target cyberbullies and calling out staff on the show for manipulating her daughter to create drama for ratings, Hana's mother is staying true to her word, and Hana's fans are standing by her side to support her with every step of the way." Okay. So, says here, while the type of legal action being taken has not been announced, right? She says, Hana's mother has asked that people refrain from slandering the people who slandered, as the aim is not to reveal the culprits publicly, but to gather evidence in accordance with the law. All right. So these tweets, "good, you're dead," or "finally," or whatever they are after her death. I don't think that there's any tangible legal repercussions for saying
something after it happened.
After the fact, right?
I mean, that means they're a terrible person, but that doesn't...
Sure. So she says here, please don't slander the people that slandered. Now, I kind of feel like Hana's mother is going to vigilante these people. I feel like she's gathering this evidence because she's going to tear them apart, either literally or she's going to expose them to their place of business or whatever, destroy them that way, right? Show people what type of person, because that's a big thing in Japan. You know what I mean? To have the facade fall down and turn into like that
big thing everywhere.
The anime, well, the anime trope of like the character who is like a fucking awful person in the anonymity of online messages or whatever, but like outside of that they're normal. Kind of like what we saw with Shield Hero, that sort of two-facedness of bitch.
Oh, right, yeah,
right. So I don't know. I kind of half expect we have to sort of leave it off at a cliffhanger here, but I kind of half expect to find out that Hana's mother's gonna like vigilante these people,
become a murderer, be incarcerated.
I don't know. I'm interested to see where this goes. So I wanted to make sure that we covered it so that when this story continues to unfold, we have a chance to continually keep you guys up to date with it, because whether it's a lawsuit, whether it's new legislation, whether it's public shaming, whether it's fucking murder, I'm interested to see where this goes. This is the reality show I can get behind.
So the thing is, cyberbullying doesn't exist unless you make it exist. Unfortunately for her, she was like part of this reality TV show.
Yes.
But
so that's an interesting concept.
The moment you are not okay with the reality show, like, oh, I don't want to fake this thing or whatever, and all this stuff, that's when you quit the reality show. You're like, because she said, oh, I want to come to promote wrestling or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, this isn't worth it. If it's driving you to the point where you're going to kill yourself, get out of there.
So
now, second is the response, how she showed the self-harming pictures, and then if people were like continuing to say terrible things after that and stuff, it's like, you're literally just feeding your own vicious cycle there. You literally have to, like, the hard option is block, but you're still exposing yourself to the tweets and everything. So get off social media, because the cyberbullying doesn't exist if you do not interact, or even better, if you don't have the social media. That's my takeaway from it. The thing is, yes, it's unfortunate that she was in such a poor mental state and that she was not taken advantage of, but that ended up being the result. I can't say that it's anyone's specific fault, because she had a poor state of mind and those people had a poor, taste in their actions. But then again, I don't think any of them really want her to like just die or anything. A lot of people will say that, but they don't usually want actual blood on their hands and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, largely because they're feeding their own like power trip or whatever through trolling you and getting the reaction. Yeah, like they might continually say it and perhaps feel it, but the reality of the situation sets in. It's like, oh shit, I didn't want this, kind of like, I get what you're saying. But I will address two things here, or a couple things. Number one, that it's easy to say what you just said. It's easy to say that, but especially from the perspective of a Western civilization, because we won't put up with that shit.
People in that situation don't think that way. They don't think, oh, I'll just stop blocking it. So that's
right. So
like, that's what makes it so hard.
Well, here's the other thing. So number one, Japan's different, right? That's the number one post. But the other thing is that you said, like, okay, so cyberbullying, you start off with the concept. Cyberbullying doesn't exist because all you have to do is log off or whatever, right? I agree with the sentiment, but or you also said she should have just left the show. Again, this is a very specifically Japanese thing. Not only is it hard to get out of a contract, number one, but number two, it's like there's like a pressure, like Japanese societal pressure. You know what I mean? That is working against her in that regard as well.
I was gonna say, which probably honestly made things even worse.
Yeah, because then they could have slandered her on the show as part of the shtick that they were pushing. You know what I mean? Like I would not have put that past the company or whatever. But the other thing is, you're talking about like just log off. Like look, for the average person, that's fucking fantastic advice. If you're getting cyberbullied, unplug, get away from it, stop being on social media for a week. You won't die. without social media. But the problem is that people like Hana, celebrities especially, social media is part of their brand. They can't quit. That's part of keeping your revenue coming in, touching base with fans, and this is how this works now, is that your social media following dictates your guest appearances on this talk show or whatever. It's a number that quantifies your popularity that gets you more gigs, right? So it's not something that you can just get rid of. I mean, maybe hire a team to post on your behalf.
Social media managers.
Yeah, like that might be an option. But again, if you're small, like I definitely couldn't afford that, obviously. You know what I mean? But so I think that's worth noting. The answer isn't that simple in her case. And I've been thinking about this a lot because I've read a lot of articles on Sora News 24 about this concept. And they did one where a Japanese baseball player gave this advice about blocking people. Because personally, I'm not comfortable with the idea of blocking people. I mean, I don't mind if other people do it. Like, I think that for your own sake, if your own mental health and everything, you should do whatever makes you feel safer in that situation. Take the power against anybody who is harming you, right? Be it mentally or through slander, whatever you got to do. Okay. I absolutely think that would be a reasonable approach for the average person. For me, I have a little bit of conflicting emotions about it because I'm a free speech absolutist, to where I'm more hesitant to do it. I've never blocked anybody that wasn't like a bot account, like a porn bot account or something. I can't tell you how many, like, you get the Facebook friend request and it's like, join my OnlyFans for the nudes or some shit, right? Okay, just like block, get out of my face, right? Anyway,
so Mark Zuckerberg for the nudes.
For the nudes. Yeah, but one of this Japanese baseball player put it into perspective in a way that I thought was really poignant. And I don't know if that's changed my opinion, but I think it's worth repeating what he said. He said, people have this like hang up about blocking or dealing with online people. But think about it from this perspective. People are willing to say things on social media to you that they would not say to your face, right? Because there's a power behind the anonymity and also the fact that there's a screen between you, Because the thing is that when you talk to people in real life, body language plays a huge role in how you communicate, right? Not to mention when you're typing something, the inflection on how you're phrasing it and everything, it's up to the interpretation of the person receiving it, right? So in a face-to-face
which is why I personally think when you're joking on through text, you have to make it abundantly clear.
Right. Well, so I'll give you guys this advice. A therapist, premarital counselor that my wife and I saw before we got married, said this to us regarding some actions that my in-laws were like passive aggressively doing to us that was really irritating that we brought up. They said, you know what?
Block them.
Don't tell yourself that somebody is being vindictive or whatever. In any situation, read the actions, especially in passive aggressive situations or through text messages or whatever, in the way most favorable to the idea that they aren't trying to be an asshole. Right? Because when you read everything as passive aggressive or whatever, it eats you up all day. And it doesn't affect them at all. So don't give them that power, because best case scenario, they didn't even mean it. That you misinterpreted it and it ruined your day for nothing. So ignoring it or reading it in the way most favorable to the idea that they aren't being a jerk, or just understanding like maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, and not letting it bug you is going to, at the worst case scenario, it's just going to make your day better, right? And second of all, you just don't know, right? But let me get back to my point about about talking face to face. And I think that this is actually one of the things that I'm kind of irked about the mask mandate, because I think that, again, the body language and something about seeing the micro expressions in a person's mouth helps you to communicate better, right? Because in person, a conversation that you would have over Facebook with people where it gets real heated or whatever about some stupid bullshit that you're arguing about, if you had that conversation in real life, you would be way calmer, and you would come to common ground way faster, right? But this guy, this pro baseball player in Japan, had this to say. He said, think about it this way. If you got a tweet from somebody that said, you need to go die or kill yourself or whatever, delete your account or whatever, all caps typing, right? Imagine that happened in real life. Some guy you do not know ran up to your face and just shouted at you, you need to die, right? What are you going to do in that situation? Are you going to reply? Like, be real. Are you going to reply, or are you going to get the fuck out of there, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
So his point was, think about it from that perspective. If somebody from across the street bolted over to you to just scream in your face, you would get the fuck out of there. So blocking someone is the digital version of doing that. You know what I mean? And again, calling the cops is what you would do in real life. Reporting them to whatever, like that's you have to realize that is the appropriate response.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So I thought that was like that was some real wisdom that I thought that guy had, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Again, I'm very fortunate that the worst cyberbullying I deal with are the incredible alpha male tough guys who reply to my "Scorpions are falling from the ceiling" video.
Oh my god!
I was a lot of tough guys in that comment thread.
This guy likes anime.
Anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys, and I think that was I think that was worth conveying, and perhaps in the future we'll come back to this topic. I know that there is a new article that I opted not to talk about this week about one of the stars from Terrace House getting busted for marijuana possession, which I think it's completely unrelated. It's completely unrelated to this, but I think it is a relevantly interesting thing to discuss on how they found it and everything. So we'll talk about that perhaps next week. Anyway, you guys have something you want to say?
No. Well, I guess I'm done with what I was saying.
Not really. I think the closest thing to cyberbullying was when I got called a skinhead in real life, but you know.
Cyberbully. Yeah, that's cyberbullying.
I know you got cyberbullied, but I did get called skinhead in real life. I was like, okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Just because I shaved my head, it was like, oh, look at this skinhead over here. Like, yeah, fuck off, dude. I just shaved my head because I'm bald.
That would be like someone saying I'm tall. It's like, okay, yeah, that's an observation.
Yeah.
Bald.
So Lishonsky says, I wonder what Toya would say if he saw your Scorpion video. Did you try the remote? Like, I don't know. Hit it with the remote. I don't know.
I find the remote works best.
All right. So if you guys want to do pickups, this is the time when we would be doing it.
Oh, crap. Oh.
So here's the thing, though. Again, I expected this to take a long time, this podcast. It might actually go a little bit faster than I thought because I moved some stuff around and everything. But here's the thing. It's been 3 weeks. These are my pickups just from Right Stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
And then there's these two, right? So I'd be happy to go through them if somebody else wants to go first, and I'll start cutting shit open and all that.
Start opening boxes.
I need to grasp mine real quick.
All right. Well, I'm gonna find a knife. Actually, you know what? My knife is in the car because I went hiking.
I'll go first, quick, just because I have the one pickup. Where's that? Hello.
Jet Li's the one.
I picked up Promare Steelbook at Best Buy, and I've noticed something looking at this picture. Look at my shirt. Look, can you see the stitching and all that? This is my favorite shirt. This is my favorite shirt. It's like the most comfortable shirt I own. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that stain on your mattress or your bedspread.
Well, it's not on my crotch. My crotch is over here.
Oh, is that on your lap? I thought that was on your bed.
No, this was in the van.
That's even funnier.
Moving on to FDDNM.
Hello, fellow children.
Remove. There we go.
All right, so I got my Sentai order finally. I'm trying to frame this better. Nope, that's worse. Oh, not mirrored. So I got the dubbed to Loveru.
Damn, can we censor that a little bit?
Whoops. I got the dubbed. Yeah, I'm sure someone's gonna go an hour and 20 minutes specifically through the video to find that one. Oh, better age gate him. Actually, wait.
I mean, nothing explicit is actually on the cover, but still,
they have to sell it in stores somehow. But so yeah, my thoughts. I watched one episode, and I think I can totally get behind the dub. I think it's I really like it. It's weird though because the
Black Cat.
What is that?
Because they're using the same voice actors from Black Cat. Is that why you're getting behind it?
No, but specifically with Kyoko, I told you Kyoko was voiced by Monica Rial. That's why I'm torn. I'm like, I mean, technically it's the same voice actor as Black Cat, but
it's really ruined anime, hasn't it?
It's the one time I don't want it to be the same voice actor. Yami is not voiced by Brina Polenza, but she's a Funimation voice actor anyway. Lala, right here, she is voiced by Alexis Tipton. The thing is, in Japanese, because she's an alien in the show, I never interpreted it as human language. For some reason, I'm like, oh, she must be speaking alien, and these are subtitles. I don't know. I mean, I knew she was speaking Japanese, but my brain interpreted it that way. So it's kind of surreal hearing actual words coming out of her mouth. But yeah, anyway, I like the dub, and the remaster looks way better than I remember because it's upscale, but looks pretty damn nice. And it doesn't have that stuttery issues that they seem to usually have or anything.
I wonder if they're caching it now to have like a to remove the flicker if they're looking
to fix all of their Blu-rays because their previous people didn't know how to Blu-ray properly.
Yeah.
So Senryu Girl, I watched this under like the recommendation of a hunter. Wasn't as good as I thought it would be. It didn't really have any conclusion, and I hate characters who do not speak. I have grown a hatred for that archetype. In High Score Girl, main female does not speak. In this one, she does not speak, and there's no reason she doesn't
silent
speak.
Protagonist syndrome?
I guess so, but in anime. She this is based on writing haikus, and she writes on a haiku board for all of her speaking. And I'm like, why is this necessary? It is so annoying. So, sorry, Hunter. Your recommendation was sadly not the best for me.
Not well received.
Dream Eater Mary because it was really cheap. Asura Crying because they're out of print. It was out of print, but they have so many new out of print things on that right stuff that they had a flyer. I think it's because they're just going to do another re-release, like you know how Book of Bantora got a re-release for whatever reason, and I'm going to be really pissed off when that happens. Then we got Spirit of the Sun, because that's also allegedly out of print. I honestly didn't want to pay like the full 30, well, not full, but it was like 30 USD for the Asura Crying or something, maybe even more. Then I got La Corda d'Oro Blue Sky.
La Corda d'Oro. Is that how you pronounce that?
I don't know. French seems to do like combine things really smoothly, so d'Oro. But yeah, I got that first season a while back because I made this order because I didn't realize that the first season's out of print and Aniplex. And then we got this double pack. I finally actually got it. Have been putting it off for a while.
Same.
I got Taboo Tattoo without slipcover because it was really cheap. It was like $16, which is cheaper than the Essentials. I can do the trick later, perhaps, but by the time I get around to doing that, it'll probably be out of stock and I won't be able to do that. Then Ghost Stick Part 2 went on sale. I'm like, ooh, better get that, because, I have Part 1 slipcase, and then they announced Essentials and all that. That's nice. Then, Why the Hell Are You Here, Teacher? Which, sorry, I forgot to mention, Senryu Girl is also, like, short episodes, so it's 180 minutes or something. This is also 180 minutes. I can't orient myself right. So they dubbed this, and they dubbed Senryu Girl, but both of them are short anime. I'm like, why? I found out after I bought them. I'm like, why did they do this to me? That's why they dubbed them, because they were short. But this one was a lot better than Senryu Girl, though, because it's like, think of it like what is it? Sentimental Journey, but like good, because you have like 4 characters with 4 teachers that basically want to bang them. Well, that's a really crude way to put it, but yeah, they develop relationships and fall in love, whatever. And it actually concludes, oddly enough, even though it's a short series and 12 episodes. So, it's my recommendation. Sailor Moon R Part 2 from Australia. I ordered all the Part 2s that I was missing at the same day, and Australia came first for whatever reason. And
No
the shrink wrap. Yeah, no slipcover, but honestly, I don't care because it's going to go in the art box anyway. As you can see, there's a chip in the corner, and I don't know if you can see that, but it's like, I don't know, they just dented the side or whatever.
Damn, some of this stuff has been on back order for a long time.
But honestly, I don't care. I kind of just, it's so prohibitively expensive to get these things brand new and on Amazon stuff, so I'm like, whatever, I'll get that. So then we got already censored Monster Musume Steel Book, which I made myself a makeshift, what is it? I printed my own slip cover, or what, not slip cover, the insert, and like put the collector's edition discs in a regular case. So now I have this, and I believe this also includes the 60 OVAs.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't? I read somewhere that it does.
Nope. It's only got 2 discs, so there's no room for them.
2 discs? 2 discs! Well, either way, I own the 60 OVAs, so that's kind of weird if they don't include it.
Yeah.
But, wait, 2 discs. Are you sure it's not 3? Because if it was 3 without a soundtrack, that would make sense. But anyway, and then we got the No Game, No Life one, which saves me so much freaking space on that shelf. Because you're getting rid of the movie collector's edition and the TV series collector's edition. I also like that this is actually Blu-ray height, so it's future-proof for both of these. But yeah, and then in other news, I got a Gundam, which, well, actually I got 2. This one's still in its box. I got the unicorn one because it looks kind of cool and has the fancy transformation. And then I got this one.
That looks way less epic when it's out of the box.
I know, it really does. And on a 240p webcam, looks even better. But this one's called the Red Astray, which I misread as Ashtray. Which I'm like, that's a lame name. That's kind of stupid. But yeah, I blind bought that one because it looked kind of cool and was still in stock because there was like none in stock.
Don't you have is that a Gundam behind you up on the, like right above your head on the
Yes, those are the ones I got with the Funimation edition. These ones are real.
These are the ones you first bought. Yeah, like they didn't come with something else.
These ones are the real grade, so they're like higher quality, which is like the perfect grade or whatever, but in a small body, in the like the same size as the Funimation ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Pretty cool. Right. It's on you guys.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm going to address some of the comments regarding the cyberbullying or bullying in real life. Lee Chauncey says, I got called a, quote, white man whose culture is raping the Native American races by a local Native American bookstore. Well, I guess you're not going back to that bookstore.
I guess they got raped by you, apparently.
First Seed says that Ron impression, LOL, which, yes, it was quite fantastic, FDM.
It was more of an impression of what Ricada's impression would be of Ron.
So Lee Shonsky says, I have had a ton of pickups, a little every day thanks to the Right Stuff sale. So here's the thing. I work so much, right, that the sales keep happening while I'm like at work all day, and I have to like buy stuff in my car and just like scroll as fast as I can on break, try to pick stuff up. And I have had, there was one, I loaded a bunch of stuff in my cart with the intention of whittling it down. And then the sale ended and I just had to like save for later or whatever. I almost rebought like 5 things I just opened up because I forgot. I have like 10 open orders before these came in for stuff that it was back ordered at one point and all that. Seb says I picked up Millennium Actress. By the way, did you see that tweet about the manga UK dub from like 2005? Did you guys see that? I don't think I added it to the doc, but what's that stain? Reese really likes that pickup.
Oh yeah. No.
Don't they speak Alien in Canada? Sentai out of print these days means new cover art or steelbook, yeah, pretty much. Or new complete collection or new English dub collection.
Actually, Book of Bantora, the reason that I was, questioning Sentai is it had the same cover art.
Oh yeah.
It had the same. I don't get it.
I don't know what this is a reference to. It says it's Italian, LOL. Oh yeah, La Corte d'Oro, yeah. I was going to say that's Italian, not French.
Well, French, Italian, and Spanish are all Latin babies. Yeah. So,
Lee Chauncey says, "What is the difference in age between teachers and students in Japan? It seems to be a common theme in anime, and it's kind of weird, in my opinion, for the Western audience."
Well, we're going to assume that they're like fresh teachers, so like 22 for my age.
So Pause and Select says, "Why is this in 10 FPS? Is someone's roommate torrenting Lucky Star Dojins?" I think that was in reference to your 244p camera.
Yeah.
Lee Chauncey says the Monster Musume Steelbook says it includes 1 through 12 and OVAs.
Yeah, the 2
and then he says
the 2 full-length OVA episodes, not the 60 mini episodes.
Right. Astray is a very popular model and has FDM. Got any of those Gundam Collector's Editions from RHYS? Yes, we've addressed all that now. Okay, so starting up, we're going to go in order backwards from the boxes I opened because I got some weird stuff in here. So number 1, my Dirty Pair shit finally arrived. Now, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to have an art box, right? Isn't there like the Cat's Eye style art box or the Yakitate Japan where it's like a limited run of art box? Because I bought this thinking that was the case. Because I already own all Dirty Pair.
I think that's Nozomi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nozomi has like their standard light boxes like you have there, and then they have the like Captain Tyler whatever edition, like just the first print, I guess you could say, thin pack. So you're probably looking for those, which they
I'm
probably
looking for the
don't
light
have.
box, like the Cat's Eye one. There was a limited run. I'll look on eBay later.
Cat's Eye didn't have the first print run type deal with the thin pack, so that's why that one had an art box separate.
Well, I'll look into it later and get back to you guys. But anyway, Dirty Pair, the series part 2 and part 1. The features, I guess these are the movies. Dirty Pair Flash, and I think these are the OVAs. Yeah, the OVA series. Okay, now also with that order came. Fucking finally, Konosuba, right? And Death Kappa.
Ooh.
Right?
Whoa. Konosuba?
Yeah.
Okay, for a second I thought it had no slipcover. I was going to say, dude, you got ripped off.
It's good. All right. Continuing. Something that I almost like double or triple ordered, the Glass Mask Blu-ray, which I literally had in my cart like 2 days ago, but the sale price disappeared. And I'm like, but I already bought it, so that's good. I bought it during the sale previously. And then for you, Greenline 743, I've picked up Case Closed, Episode 1, The Great Detective Turned Small.
That is still in my Right Stuff cart.
I finally bought the Blu-ray for Angel Cop because I need to know about the protocols of the Elders of Zion. And a very, very flashy, for seemingly no reason, Utawari Ramono OVA.
Oh yeah, they're all foiled. I love that.
And then Welcome to Pia Carrot 2 DX. Is this the only thing that Sentai released?
2 dicks?
Yes. 2 dicks. Because this is actually a like spin-off hentai or whatever. Spin-off from a hentai. So, I don't know. I'll have to ask Augie. Because I think he had part of it. And then, shit, did I buy 2 of these? Fuck, I might have bought 2. This one, this was in my cart the other day too. Yamishibai, Japanese Ghost Stories. And then I bought, again, because these were dirt ass cheap. That's why I have so many of them, because I was trying to get over $50 for free shipping. I bought Jailbreakers combo pack with Jungle Juice, which they sliced to get it to fold so they could ship it, right? Because it was one of these dealios, right? So because they wanted to get it into the box, which I'm okay with. And then Bloodhound Vampire Gigolo Volume 3, because I have to watch that at some point. It sounds hilarious. But I only have Volume 3. Okay, so now the Expensivo stuff. Demon Slayer Aniplex Edition.
Oof.
Wallet
on
edition.
Principle.
On principle, what?
Because I'm not gonna. If I'm gonna collect premium editions, I'm not gonna get the like Saver Select Premium Edition. And then.
Well, that's called a standard edition.
Do you guys know what this is?
Silent Voice.
Yes.
Wait, is that thin? They make it look so freaking big on RHYS' picture.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really like 11 Arts packaging for their premium editions, because not that I can't read that says Koei no Katachi, but the fact that they like don't put, yeah, they always make it look like an import, and it just says real faint up here, 11 Arts,
I mean, it's basically an import, like direct from Japan, which is why it's so expensive, like Aniplex and everything.
I don't really like that movie either, but I wanted to get what is it? RHYS have had a daily deal that made the collector's editions of Silent Voice and whatever the other one was, within habitable range. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that. And then Record of Grand Crest War. Volume 1, Volume 2 still, I don't think
Record of Incest yet. War.
Yep. Did you guys see that tweet somebody put out? They had to draw it real quick as a joke popped in their head. Lodos of Record Store. Never mind. And then Mazinger Z Infinity, another thing I almost bought like 3-4 times because I was still waiting for it to arrive and forgot that I had purchased it.
Good that one still has a slipcover. Every time I've seen that at Best Buy, every time I've seen that at Best Buy, it doesn't have a slipcover on it.
Oh, wow.
And then something I've been waiting on for a very long time: Tokyo Ghoul Re.
Tokyo Ghoul
Re. Yeah, because I want to make sure that even though this one's way thicker than Route A and the other one,
that one's extra thick
because it has some like art shit in it or whatever. Okay, and then a couple things I got on eBay. So I got probably bootleg of Brief Encounter from like the Chinese release, and also Sky Crawlers, but I only got this because it came with Fighting Elegy, Criterion Collection, Seijun Suzuki. This was the cheapest Blu-ray cheapest option for this DVD was to get it bundled with this stuff, so I got some free shit.
DVD array.
Yeah. And then this next group here is similar thing where I was buying one thing, but it came bundled with a bunch of shit. So I've got Kong, King of Atlantis, full-length movie. Oh man, the back looks even worse. Gravitation, which I already have a box set of, but whatever. Raiders of the Galaxy, literally the skinny I bought this whole pack for. But then also Defenders of Space, non-skinny edition, even though I'm pretty sure they just took the skinny and stuck it in a regular size DVD now that I look at it.
The spine's not centered at all.
Not centered at all. And then a bunch of Avatar for like $2.99. which I don't even care about. These are like
that's
blockbusters.
not anime. You can throw that away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put it in my collection. Not that I would have any problem with it if I did actually.
I'll put all these Asian live actions, but Avatar not anime.
No, I wouldn't mind putting it in my collection if I actually had the box set and cared at all about that show, but I don't.
Dude, the Blu-ray looks so good.
Yeah, the steelbook. That steelbook.
Oh yeah,
it looks awesome.
Oh yeah, and then one more very weird thing. September 11th. Artful and intensely moving. So this was a
September's
compilation.
The 9th month, right?
Yeah.
That's next month.
Okay. Just
you
checking.
saying I should have waited?
No.
Talk about it next month?
I did. Well, I'm not as familiar with that date as you Americans, so that's why I'm confirming. I'm just confirming.
So this provocative international co-production brought together 11 acclaimed directors and asked them to make an 11-minute short in response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks. The result is a daring and moving global cinematic reply to the earth-shaking events that continue to haunt our nightmares and shape world events. So the reason I bought this is because Shohei Imamura is somebody I'm reading about in 100 Years of Japanese Film. Yeah. So that is it for my pickups. Let us jump into some Kickstarter news.
Almost 2 hours in, we're moving along today.
Yeah, not so bad. Okay, so the Island of Giant Insects, dubbed and uncensored, is back on Kickstarter. So they claim to have learned a lot from their previous first attempt, right? Namely, so that there is a Blu-ray tier right off the bat.
Halved.
Are they?
Yeah, they're pretty much all halved except for like the Blu-ray. That one's only like it's 60 instead of 80, I think, or something like that.
And let me just say that they, with Sound Cadence Studios, produced a clip with it's not final audio as it watermarks all over it to tell you, but I got to tell you, if that is the quality of this dub, I will fund the rest of this thing by myself because that thing was so fucking terrible and hilarious that I have to see this movie dubbed. That was so bad. I loved every second of it.
So I backed it for one reason, because I wanted to own an anime that Yang Ya was voicing in. Because I watch his gaming news videos all the time. So and he's made a vocal that he's trying to become a voice actor because his channel's like stagnated, he's made it, but it's he's not getting anywhere exciting, so he just wants to pursue voice acting. So it's kind of like supporting the guy that says Yang Ya. So yeah, I don't know. I just kind of respect him. So I just
wait a minute. They've got a Chinese guy voicing a Japanese guy. That's not okay anymore.
That's racist.
Also, Sarah Weidenheft is going to play a character in this.
Oh god!
And this character looks to be the literal embodiment of their character. Anyway, all right. So what's different about this, though? Here's the thing. So here's the current Kickstarter, titled "The Island of Giant Insects, Dubbed and Uncensored." Let's take this Japanese cult hit insect survival horror anime to a whole new level, once and for all. This was, wrong tab.
There's also no live action tiers. I think they just kind of combined.
The live action is just being included. I believe it's still because were they planning to make? Wait a minute. Yeah. So this one's called Dubbed and Uncensored, and the original was English dubbed Final Edition, right? Now this one got to 27,644. This one is not quite there yet, which is really sad because their goal used to be $80,000. Right now it's only 37,000. Seriously, guys, if you haven't backed it, I beg that you do, because this dub is so bad. It's gonna go up there in the history of bad dubs that you can watch, like the way you would watch The Room or whatever. It's pretty bad and it's really funny. So anyway, but other than that, there's not much different other than that they're basically giving more stuff away. They've recalibrated their tiers.
Also, 5.1 is now a stretch goal, I think, instead of a auto include.
but we'll see. We'll see what they do. Anyway, but the thing is also that I lost my train of thought. Anyway, I don't remember what I was going to say. It doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, check it out. It's pretty funny, and they have a Blu-ray only tier, which is like $55. And for this dub, I think it's worth it. And the prestige.
Oh yeah,
having that.
the main thing that compelled me to get it as well was that the shipping was seemingly free. There was no calculation, so I'm like, okay, I can't say no now because I'm always skeptical. I'm like, oh, it's gonna add up to like 100 and stuff.
Yeah, like it says like $38, and then you hit it, and it's like plus $8.
$60 shipping.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I have to.
All right. So definitely check that out, guys. We'll continue to cover it. And this is just wonderful. I loaded all these tabs. Like I literally spent an hour getting this up so that this wouldn't happen, but apparently can't win here. So a Yuden Chronicle, a spiritual successor or legitimate successor to Suikoden Chronicle or whatever that game was called. I never played it. Is from the creators, same team, and they are basically making a sequel. It's got a similar art style, but definitely upped for quality, like much better.
It reminds me of a combination of like the shaders and stuff from Octopath Traveler because it's using like 2D assets with 3D, and I think it looks really nice.
It looks nice, yeah, it really does, and it's got like a depth of field and stuff in it, but it's got like sprite pixels. It's pretty cool. Like if I was somebody who gamed. By the way, I still haven't gotten anything from my backing of what was that?
Sea of Stars?
Sea of Stars, yeah. I never got that.
You're what? What are you waiting for?
I never got it. Like I never.
The game isn't out.
Yeah, but didn't you say that they had it like you got it immediately? It was like a digital version or something.
Nope.
I could have sworn you had. Okay, then I don't feel as weird. Wait, there's a character named Gar in this. Didn't they rip that off from Breath of Fire 3? Anyway, so yeah, you guys can look at. I don't have anything to say about this. I never played Suikoden Chronicles. Also, cool. I'm going to skip this next one because Augie shared it and he's not here, and I don't have anything to say about it. But I will share with you guys. Help restore the 1977 martial arts classic Dynasty in 3D, and it's the shitty kind of 3D where they have like spears go real close to the camera and stuff. So it's the best kind of 3D. So yeah, oh yeah, it ended. Yeah. So I guess me sharing it with you is not really helping you at all.
Too bad, sucker.
Yeah, I backed it, so I'll unveil it at some point. It's a Chinese creamy, like 70s 3D movie, and it's coming with stereoscopic and anaglyphic 3D glasses.
I was thinking, like, are they going to try and make this thing 3D and like add CG or something? Like, what are they doing?
No, they're just restoring the film in the 3D aspect and all that. All right, then there's Like a Hurricane, an unofficial oral history of Street Fighter 2. Now, I was really looking forward to this because I thought it was going to be like interviews and like just like a documentary style, but it's a book, and I don't care enough about Street Fighter 2 to actually read it, and the cover is kind of shit. I mean, I get what they're going for, but you know. Anyway, so yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I thought it was going to be like I think it's got a soundtrack for the game too, but I thought it was a neat idea. But unfortunately, I was just wanting it to be a video because I don't want to sit down and read this book because I don't care enough about fighting games to give it the time of day. Continuing. Neither. Also, I happened to see a bunch of stuff that are slightly tangentially related to what we want to talk about. So I saw this half Japanese, half Caucasian woman has been doing these Instagram comics, and she's putting them into a book, and they're kind of interesting, right? I suddenly realized it's not really me who's beautiful; it's Hafu. Hafu meaning half. Like the Japanese people have a fetish for Caucasians. So when you're half Japanese, you're like exotic and special and all that. Anyway, so there's interesting stuff here. It's about her story, moving to Japan and all that. Continuing though, there's also this one again. I just happened to see it. I'm going to share it to you. You guys can back it or not. I'm not backing it. I don't care. But there's like a little web comic thingy about being a cosplayer and sort of just some stuff here, like, see if I can find one. Like this one, like walking around the wings, like slapping. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I poked her in the eye. I'm so very sorry. Before I walk through this crowd, I need to say I'm sorry, right? So just like stuff that cosplayers go through if you guys are interested in reading that. A little pin that says this cosplayer's taking a break. Don't take a picture of me. All right. Anyway, also this, which I'm also going to skip because Augie sent this to me, and it's about Anime Weekend in Atlanta going virtual. Okay, so in live action anime news, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 to zip into theaters on April 8th, 2022. So they've already got their, well, yeah, you know what I mean. They've got their release date already, and I don't understand this because, well, first of all, there's no way this is going to come out then because they still have to film the movie, and coronavirus has shut down everything. Like, you guys need to understand, there's going to be an entire year.
They might not even be able to film for 2 years still.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is we're going to have movies coming out throughout this year and perhaps in the next year that have already been filmed and are in the post-production process. Then there's going to be a huge fucking dry spell of at least a year where there's going to be like no movies coming out. And I'm kind of interested in this because I feel like they're going to have to do animated movies for a while. Things that can be recorded remotely and animated remotely and everything.
They'll air exclusively all of the anime movies in Hollywood film theaters.
Well, you can't go to the theaters. Theaters are all shut down.
It's all going to end up going on Disney Plus, which will suck ass, and nobody's going to buy it.
So anyway, so I don't think this date's actually going to be a solid date because I don't think they're even going to start filming very soon. But the thing is that it was greenlit, right? At the very least. So that's what the plan is right now. And then we've got Mega Man movie directors tease big news soon. So here's the news for you. They're making a Mega Man movie, and
they're excited.
I would tell you who's working on it, but they're not relevant enough that anything they've done matters. So they're making a Mega Man live action movie.
Yay!
All right, streaming news: Tiny Cute Chibi Godzilla has an original web anime series. It's funny, I could tell just by looking at this shot that's a 3D model, right?
That's a 3D.
But anyway, this is a little web thingy. You can watch it. It's got like Gigan and all them and Mothra. And then this character with a shirt I could definitely make, but won't. All right. New Getter Robo dub is now streaming on Retro Crush. Voltus 5 is now streaming on Retro Crush. Crunchyroll releases Goblin Slayer Goblin's Crown theatrical anime on July 28th. So you've already watched this, Rhys. Do you have anything you want to say about it?
I thought it kind of sucked.
A bit of a letdown. Was the animation at least better?
Well, the animation was on par, but what sucked about it was the thing was 85 minutes, and 25 minutes of that was series recap.
Oh, that's
whoa. It was how much? How long?
85?
80. Okay. It's like 85 minutes in total. And
Excel
25
World
like
says,
27 minutes.
hold my beer, because they had 40 minutes of recap, and it was an 80-minute film.
Wow.
On their Infinite Burst movie, which is why everyone hated it.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to cover it in this podcast, but I saw that they're making a Attack on Titan compilation movie that covers the entirety of the series up to this point.
Yeah, one movie for all 3 seasons. Yeah, that's
going to be fucking horrible, because Duo and I went to see the recap of the second season, just the second season, and I'm like, wow, they cut out a lot of shit. A lot of stuff that was kind of important.
12 episodes in a 2-hour time span is not going to work. And then you're going to try and do like 50-some episodes in a 2-hour time span.
They're going to have to do like a montage.
Yeah, just one long clip show with Hiroyuki Sawano's soundtrack going, no dialogue whatsoever.
Just a narration or some shit. Anyway,
it's like Dark Souls. You just think of the story. You just absorb the story.
Oh, that's right. I also bought Toradora. That didn't arrive yet. Okay. Well, I'm waiting on that. So
I still haven't watched this yet. I've always been meaning to.
Well, you shouldn't. I mean,
on August 1st on Netflix. Continuing. Wit Studios' Great Pretender anime hits Netflix on August 20th. So this actually has the song Great Pretender by Queen as the opening theme.
It was the not Queen, it was just by Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury, right. So I mean, I guess, hey, a song exists with the same title. We could like use that. Kind of a weird song to use.
Yeah.
Well, as long as they don't have an
really
Evangelion situation where it's impossible to get the license after it expires.
Well, I feel like isn't there a song by Foo Fighters called Pretender? Like that could have made an anime opening, right?
Maybe.
Anyway. I don't know. I don't know anything about the show. Maybe this character in the show dresses up in women's clothing and it's actually a perfect, song to use. I don't know.
I think the ending has cats.
Well, I'm picturing
acting out the music video based on kind of like what
weird. All right, so Agretsuko season 3 anime screams on Netflix on August 27th. So this is kind of big news because it means that Agretsuko, this is Netflix original. That means that this series is popular enough.
Oh, 3 seasons.
What's going on? Why are we doing?
I cut myself.
You ended your screen share?
Yeah, I just got backed out of the. You didn't notice that I cut out when he was talking? I was like, oh.
Dude,
I thought I just
Gundam.
steamrolled you and kept going. All right, so but the standard theory with Netflix is that they only do 2 seasons of anything unless it's extremely popular because
it's not profitable after 2 seasons.
Right, it's the basic idea. So anyway, so that's cool to see that this show is getting more seasons past season 2. Fire Force season 2 makes its red hot Toonami debut on October 24th, as if it's a surprise to anyone. Also, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind returns. Beastars author Paru Itagaki says season 2 will stream in 2021. Here she is. So there you go. That's what she actually looks like.
No.
Not a prop or anything. Uzumaki TV anime spirals out to 2021 broadcast on Toonami. So this is pretty cool that they did the Junji Ito collection, and it just didn't live up to Junji Ito's work. But this seems to be an attempt to rectify that with at least Uzumaki, right? So that's pretty cool. Looks like they've done a great job with it so far.
My brother told me Uzumaki is Gyo, but with giant spirals, which sounds terrible.
Well, I haven't watched Tokyo Fish Attack yet, but I would love to.
Well, it's terrible.
It's
awful. It's probably Sharknado.
The manga is also terrible, though.
I mean, the farting fish.
I haven't seen it.
Don't spoil that part.
Super Crooks anime placeholder page. So Netflix has got a placeholder page for our Super Crooks anime. Fina, probably Fina, I don't know. Pirate Princess anime revealed that's Crunchyroll and Adult Swim production. And without going into all the drama on it, there are a lot of what do you call it? Cancel culture types already decrying this show. Because, as they say here, the series tells the story of a young orphan girl, Fina Houtman. Fina has been raised on an island where there is no hope of becoming anything more than chattel, to be used and discarded by soldiers of the British Empire. But Fina is more than just another powerless orphan. When her mysterious past comes knocking, Fina will break the chains of her oppressors. Her goal, forge a new identity, free of bondage, and search for a place where she can truly belong and find out the true mysteries behind a keyword Eden. It is the story of a lifetime adventure she and her crew of misfits and unlikely allies will have in pursuit of her goals. People are triggered that she is white.
What?
Because the British never enslaved any white people. Especially not the Irish. That didn't happen.
What?
So we aren't allowed to have any stories about them because that's just offensive. But yeah, that's why people are up in arms about this. Haven't even given the show a chance and are now decrying it. So fully expect her to get darkened before Crunchyroll finishes releasing it.
Wait, they want to be oppressed.
They want to blackface their characters?
Because it's about a slave girl, so they want her to be black.
Represent us being slaves, okay? Come on.
Also, Splinter Cell is going to gain an animated TV series adaptation on Netflix. So a new Splinter Cell animated series with the help of John Wick writer Derek Kolstad. The forthcoming adaptation has received a 2-season, 16-episode order, but it's unclear at this point how the art style will look. So it's not only unclear of whether or not it's going to be anime-esque, like is it going to be... I mean, it would be pretty shitty if it was like an Archer clone,
I mean, I don't know, man.
I think
might make it
anything
funny.
in Archer form is pretty shitty, so that's not really saying a whole lot.
Yeah, but I mean, like we don't know if it's going to be like Castlevania style attempt to look like anime.
You mean with anal scenes in every episode?
I feel like it's more likely. Like if I just had to guess, I think they're going to go 3D CG with this one.
No, they're going to go the standalone Complex 2045 route
knowing
with
it's
janky CG.
Knowing it's Netflix, it probably will be.
Yeah, that's just my thoughts on it. I think that's what they're going to do. Also, Crunchyroll crosses 3 million subscribers.
Oh, wow. I'll be right back.
Shit, I had something highlighted from here. What was it? Oh, yeah. Crunchyroll may be the world's largest anime library. So I'm just going to say once again, according to their own internal data, my library is bigger. So I just had to flex on them for a second. Also, G4 Tech TV and Gaming Network teases a return of some sort. So it looks like X-Play is actually potentially coming back. So
whatever X-Play is.
TV? It was a gaming show with Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb where they just played video games and talked about them. It was basically Let's Playing before Let's Plays, but more like mini reviews of segments of gameplay or something. The former cable network was once a home to gaming and tech shows like Attack of the Show and X-Play, and featured talent such as Adam Sessler, Morgan Webb, and pre-Hollywood Olivia Munn. Now, according to a teaser shown during San Diego Comic-Con's 2020 online replacement, Comic-Con at Home, G4 will return in some form in 2021. The teaser debuted with the tagline, "We never stopped playing," and was also shared on the Attack of the Show and X-Play Twitter accounts, right? So what do some of G4's most well-known stars have to say about it? So Olivia Munn said, "Oh, hey now," right? And her like GIF from dressing up as Sailor Moon.
By the way, I have downloaded some image files that are .jiff or something. That is a GIF, my good sir. A GIF is a GIF.
Okay. So if we're gonna have this debate, I don't buy into the argument that because it stands for graphical interchange format that you have to pronounce it GIF, because, for example, SWAT stands for Special Weapons and Tactics, and nobody pronounces "and" as "ond," but nobody calls it a SWAT team. So I'm not gonna call it a GIF.
Yeah, but the letter G is the only letter that can go G. J is a hard J is J.
No, I'm not buying that logic. So Adam said, "Whoa, that's a Twitter account I didn't expect to see again regarding the X-Play one." Morgan Webb says, "I'm just impressed someone remembered the password to the Twitter."
I mean, that's true.
Oh God. Okay, and then this is like a Hello World programming
program.
We'll have to wait and find out what's the store for G4. So G4, I watched anime on G4 a lot growing up. They had Silent Mobius, Gatekeepers.
Must have been nice being in the US for anime TV.
I think they had some Tenchi and stuff too. Serial Experiments Lane, this is where I watched a lot of those things. So Geneon stuff ended up on here a lot. Anyway, except for Silent Mobius was released by Bandai. Anyway, so continuing here. I think Neoranga also might have aired on Tech TV, but I didn't watch it on TV. I had the Blu-ray or the DVDs. All right. Arrow manga publisher Faku, copyright trolled by China. The founder of Western-based publisher of Japanese Arrow manga Faku has claimed some of the popular products the company has been selling, namely Ahegao clothing, has fallen victim to a Chinese copyright troll. Jacob Grady, he's the founder or CEO or whatever, Jacob Grady explained that they will be fighting the bogus copyright while still maintaining sales of the official merchandise. And this is what he had to say. A Chinese company named Shenzhen Guankai Trading has trademarked the word Ahegao while using stolen artwork and is trying to get Faku to stop selling the only 100% official merch of the Ahegao hoodies and stuff. We are going to fight it, but please stop buying bootleg items, legit versions in the replies. Okay, so this is the copyright filing. And this is the image that is with it, right? Is this image of an Ahegao, a portion of the hoodie, right? Now, various online stores and booths, especially ones found at Western anime conventions, have been selling Ahegao clothing for many years. In order to get the art showcased on the clothing sold in a more official fashion, Faku partnered up with popular Arrow artist Asanagi, who is known for his usage of Ahegao throughout his work. So basically, to round that out, the one that they sell on their website, the actual artist constructed the collage for them and gets paid a portion of the proceeds when you buy the shirt. It goes back to the actual artist who designed it.
That's nice.
So
that's an oddly nice way, yeah.
So moving on here to I'm not going to read this article. I thought it was beneficial because the tweets are compiled here. This is from NeonNet regarding the same thing, right? So remember he said that official versions in the replies, right? So here it is. In the replies, you can buy this shirt, right? You can also buy the button-up version. You can also buy the gift wrap. Now, I'll tell you right now, this is why the Chinese were able to bootleg your shit so easily, because they got some of that gift wrap and scanned it, and now they have the digital art form to print on their shirts. Now, the thing is that it's going to be a much higher quality on Faku's version because they've got the original documents drawn by the original artist.
Right,
so
they won't have all of those
quality you can get. There's going to be no degradation, right? Anyway. So, continuing. Now, this is pretty fun.
I did not know they made gift wrapping for that.
That's a good idea.
So Andrew Partridge here says, with the great Ahegao trademark war between the USA and China now officially underway, I thought I'd take a look at what the sample images were for the US trademark registration. I did not expect this to be the sample image. So yeah, it's like a pickup truck. Now,
cover up that lewd image.
Are we going to see hoodies covered in grayscale monster trucks next? All right. I will take it upon myself to make that a reality.
Yeah, put that on Stealth Weeb.
Not a Stealth Weeb. That'll be a OCA Podcast store product at some point. Aha. Lishansky says, GIF versus giraffe. GIF versus giant. Seems like it can make a J sound when you mix G and I. Haha! In your face. Also, he said 3D CG anal scene, so like maybe we could expect Sam Fisher.
The best of both worlds.
Oh, Seb says I have the German version of Gyo that has a 3D Blu-ray.
Ooh.
He also said,
right.
I bought the Yawamushi recap movies by mistake, thinking it was the movie Yawamushi Pedal movie.
Yeah.
That is yet another reason I hate recap movies.
Yeah.
All right, Love Me Not anime feature film gets new release date of September 18th, 2020. So here's the. I'm not even going to read any of it. We'll talk about it another time if it seems interesting, but so far it just seems pretty generic. That's a headline only there. You guys got it. A new future unfolds in Stand By Me Doraemon 2 trailer. So from the same people who made the Lupin the First and Dragon Quest Your Story or whatever it's called, which originally it was Doraemon, Stand By Me Doraemon, which was what originated the art style and everything. They're making a sequel. So hopefully more Dragon Quest and more Lupin. That'd be cool.
That would be amazing. I really like the Lupin the Thirst movie.
Yeah. Short episode, Platelets Go to a Movie Theater to be screened with Cells at Work Strongest Enemy film.
That sounds adorable. That looks adorable. What the fuck?
Wait. Is this that CG thing?
It's like the theater etiquette starring the platelets. That sounds awesome. Like the theater etiquette thing for the Garden of Sinners movie.
Garden of Sinners, yeah.
Or like fucking Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie.
That sounds adorable.
All right. Okay, so continuing here. Oh, okay. I'm covering this now just so that we get to talk about it sooner rather than later. I haven't read this yet. I'm going to read it on here. We're going to find out what it says. So regarding Earwig and the Witch, I didn't ask the old men for any advice, says director of Studio Ghibli's first CG anime. So, yeah, Goro Miyazaki, son of Hayao Miyazaki, didn't want the advice of the old men. So Goro Miyazaki didn't seek any input from his dad, the famous Hayao Miyazaki, on how Studio Ghibli's Earwig and the Witch should be made. Last week was the opening of the Not Big Ghibli exhibition at the Aichi Prefectural Museum of Art, a modestly sized showing of design artwork related to the in-development Ghibli Park amusement park, great phrasing there, and upcoming Studio Ghibli anime Earwig and the Witch. On Tuesday, Goro Miyazaki, son of the Ghibli co-founder Hayao Miyazaki, stopped by the event to talk about his experience so far as director of Earwig, which is being titled Aya and the Witch for its Japanese release. Yeah, because who wants to call their main character Earwig? So I'll say this, the art style for this looks real promising, especially the hair and the colors and stuff. I'm really digging the look. It kind of reminds me of Dragon Quest style animation, like for the games where they're 3D, but they look very Akira Toriyama anime style,
So it's like the Ghibli equivalent.
I wouldn't necessarily say the Ghibli equivalent, even though like logically you would make that bridge, but just because I don't think it actually looks that much like Ghibli in a lot of ways. But perhaps if I saw it moving, I might feel that way. But I just love how he goes to this fucking thing just to say like, yeah, my dad didn't help me,
He totally didn't help me. I did it on my own.
Well, how many has he done now? 2, 3?
He did Tales from Earthsea and From Up on Poppy
Hill,
which I thought From Up on Poppy Hill was fantastic.
I thought that was great too.
I didn't even know that it was.
I like the cover of it.
I just thought it was like one of the other guys that wasn't Hayao Miyazaki because it was that good, I was really impressed with that one especially once I found out it was Goro Miyazaki, just because Tales from Earthsea is so bland and forgettable that the only thing good about it is the trailer song,
Yeah, William Dafoe was in it.
Well, he wasn't Ryuk, so I didn't remember. Aya is a type of heroine we haven't had in a Ghibli work up to this point, said the younger Miyazaki in describing the anime's heroine. She's a strong girl who does all she can in order to live the life she wants.
Is that not like every single Ghibli female protagonist ever?
Right? Even bigger departure from the studio's previous productions, though, is going to be the visuals. Aya and the Witch is going to be the first ever all CG Ghibli anime. And in the interest of breaking new ground, Goro revealed that he and his staff are seeking no advice from the Ghibli old guard, explaining, quote, "For this project, it's full 3D CG. And I was the only person at Ghibli who knew how to work in that style. The person who said, let's do this project, was Hayao Miyazaki and producer Toshio and okay, they're putting it here because the quote didn't actually have Toshio in his name. Okay, the person who said, let's do this project was Hayao Miyazaki, and producer Toshio Suzuki agreed, saying, yeah, sounds good. But after that, the actual production was left to me, since they left us alone, Aya and the Witch is going to be the best thing we've ever made. No, Aya and the Witch is being made by a young team, and I didn't ask the old men for any advice. I did it all by myself.
Yeah.
That sounds like, come on,
Yeah.
Funimation doesn't listen to their old ways, and you don't see them bragging about it.
So one of the things I will say about this is that I like the idea, what we've seen, especially with Lupin the First and all that, the embracing of more Western, let's say DreamWorks or Pixar style 3D, mostly DreamWorks though, where they aren't using 3D and still trying to look 2D with it, you know, because that has failed so hard with like the first 3D Appleseed movie where like the cell shading is just so fucking obvious and stuff. This is a much more pleasing aesthetic, you know?
So like the semi-realistic despite being cartoony.
Yeah.
Look.
So as alluded to in Goro's comment, Hayao Miyazaki is a big fan of the Earwig and the Source Material novel. Having read the book by British
God. Does Ghibli make any original IPs? I'm pretty sure literally almost all of their stuff is based on something.
Go the Valley of the Wind, Porco Rosso.
Okay.
Spirited Away, an original one.
Yeah, like you haven't seen any of them, have you?
No,
yeah, I know.
I
It does feel like a lot of them are.
Sourced like every single one of them.
Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah.
Lupin, Castle Cagliostro, and that's not really Ghibli. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, so he's a big fan of written by Diana Wynne Jones no fewer than 5 times. Right? So Hayao Miyazaki's read it at least 5 times. But after greenlighting the project, the elder Miyazaki seems to have had no further involvement whatsoever. As for Goro's prior knowledge of working with CG, he's likely referring to his work on Ronia. Is it Ronia or Ronja? It's Ronja, right?
I don't know.
Because they that's like a typo here. Ronja, the robber's daughter. With Hayao and Suzuki being creators of such legendary status within the anime industry, their presence regularly looms over each and every project from the studio. However, Ghibli turning the keys over to a younger team isn't completely without precedence, as something similar was done in 1993 with Ocean Waves. That's a very poor way to phrase that. As something similar was done in 1993 with Ocean Waves, also known as I Can Hear the Sea, which, like the upcoming Aya and the Witch, was a TV movie anime. So wasn't Ocean Waves? Oh no, that's okay. I know that one. For a second, I thought he was talking about the. I thought they were talking about the music video one.
I was getting excited for a second. That Ocean Waves was CG, and it would look terrible because 1993.
All right. So Goro seems happy to have been given the freedom to work without any of the Ghibli grandpas peering over his shoulder, saying, "We had a test screening, and when it was done, the people who watched it had happy expressions on their faces." Aya is a girl who like. I just love like Hayao Miyazaki. There's a video of Hayao Miyazaki seeing Tales from Earthsea. And he like walks out of the screening and has to smoke in the lobby and like has like nothing but bad stuff to say about it before he goes back in. Aya is a girl who clears away feelings of constricting, stifling pressure, and this is an anime I hope people will watch. And we'll get a chance to do that sometime this winter when Aya and the Witch air sometime this winter. Great proofreading, guys, on Japanese broadcaster NHK. Yeah, fantastic, Casey Bastille. You really outdid yourself on that proofreading. All right. Do you guys have anything you want to say about that before I move on?
They have a lot to say for something that's probably going to be really straightforward.
Yeah. Like, I love it when all they have to say about it is like, it's different from anything we've ever worked on. Strong female, you know?
And I didn't have any help from my dad.
Heroines take flight in Strike Witch's Road to Berlin key visual. So basically, this is a thing. Also, Strike Witches go global with comedy spinoff in 2021. This is also a thing.
I'm surprised this series has so much life in it.
I know, right? Free Climbing Girls of Iwa Kakeru, Sports Climbing Girls TV anime, Boulder, from October 2020 in first trailer. Okay, so basically, all right. These are the smuggest anime girls I think I've ever seen for the whole cast. Look at them.
Look, they're in that teen phase where they think they're on the top of the world.
They are so smug. Look at them. This is gonna have what's that show called? Uzaki-chan. They're gonna give them a run for their money. Anyway, smug. See, I mean, worth watching. I get to learn something new about rock climbing and shit. I'll watch it.
Ooh.
All right. Another show with a very suggestive title that's probably going to be nothing but wholesome. I shaved my beard. Then I picked up a high school girl. They're producing a adaptation as an anime. Got adorably young-looking character design for this girl. Like, they're really pushing that. Like, does she look like high school? She look like freaking Chio-chan middle school age. It looks so young compared to beardless man here. All right, so continuing. Tatsun. Okay, now I just want to point out how often Crunchyroll articles always say anime film, anime TV series, right? They always specifically phrase it. Tatsunoko's classic anime, Genesis Climber Maspida, gets new project, Genesis Breaker. I don't know what this project actually is. So,
well, there's a movie, a TV series, an OVA, or a 5-minute music video.
A toy line. There's like a broken strip of DVD on the ground I just stepped on. Like part of a DVD case is just sitting on the ground. It probably came out of the Blockbuster ones that I had for the Avatar stuff or whatever. Okay, anyway. So, 1/12 scale action figures of the new ride armor will be released by Sentinel. Acclaimed anime production company Tatsunoko Production announced on July 30th that Genesis Breaker, a new project to feature new aspects of its classic TV Genesis Climber Maspida, has been launched. Maspida's two original mechanic designers, Shinji Aramaki and Hideki Kakinuma, are confirmed to reunite for the new project after 40 years. The sci-fi robot anime Genesis Climber was originally aired for 25 episodes in Japan from October 1983 to March 29/18.
25th, 1984.
What?
I'm looking at the Miami list one right now. October 2nd, 1983 to March 25th, 1984.
How did you fuck that up so bad? I don't even understand. Anyway, along with great job proofreading, Miki Kazu Komatsu. Somehow I feel like I can't get mad at a person whose name is Japanese. Like maybe they don't normally speak English.
Somehow you can't get mad at someone's name who you can't pronounce for pronouncing things. Along
with Super Dimensional Fortress Macross and Super Dimensional Cavalry Southern Cross, it was later licensed by Harmony Gold USA and adapted as the 85-episode series Robotech. In accordance with the launch of the new project, again, what is it? Tokyo-based toy figure. So, okay, in accordance with the launch of the new project, Tokyo-based toy/figure manufacturer Sentinel is planning to release a 1/12 scale action figures of the new ride armor, and other events and products will be revealed soon. They're really cucking me on what this fucking project is. Also, this doesn't look nearly as cool as the original ones, just saying. So here's the Genesis Breaker plot. As Stick, isn't it named Stig? I don't remember. I hate
to break it to you, Brad, but they're probably not going to let us license it over here if they do.
Harmony Gold would probably pick it up and will never release it.
Oh, no.
Right. As Stick and the rest of the human army continue their adventure to Reflex Point, the secret unit Breakers, also known as Genesis Breakers, is working behind the scenes. Their main mission is to contact Inbit and investigate their lives. The only information known about the unit is one of its members, codenamed Breaker 1, dressed in the F-type or female-type ride armor. She is called Gate. Okay. Her name's Breaker 1 and Gate. Got it. The sensors on the chest are thought to be specialized for exploration and searching in covert operations. Each member is named in accordance with the unit's name. Genesis, however, except for in the unit's name Genesis. Okay. Each member is named in accordance with the unit's name Genesis. However, except for Gate, even though that's the G in Genesis, I don't know what you're talking about. They are not even real names. Okay, so that's her Gate. Okay, whatever. The details of the other members of the unit are currently being investigated. Boy, what could it be? So, yeah, I don't know what this is going to be. Is it a game? Is it like Dragon Ball Heroes? It's going to be like a little 10-minute short just to promote it.
It's going to be a mobile game. It's
going
to be
a gotcha game. You fucking know it. Yeah.
No, it's going to be what is it? What are those gambling games that use
Gotcha? A gotcha game?
I think that's what I'm going for. No, capsule toy. No, pachinko. Dude, that's
what gotcha games are.
Pachinko. Oh, you're thinking it's going to be a pachinko?
It's going to be a pachinko theme. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be like
Okay. Yashahime, Princess Half Demon TV anime previews character sheets for Inuyasha and Kagome's child. Decent character design. We've already seen most of this, though.
Looks like you'd expect.
Yeah. Looks exactly like you'd expect. But there's nothing wrong with it looking that way.
Right.
And then follow up here. Sesshomaru's twin daughters also have their design.
His twin daughters? I don't remember that.
His daughters must be from Sango, right? Because that's who I'm seeing here. Anyway, continuing. Aria franchise's 15th anniversary, all-new anime film, Aria the Crepusculo, set for spring 2021. So fucking
and there
great.
Goes my art box.
I know, right? Like, god damn it. Oh.
No, you might be lucky, and
nice things.
You might be lucky, and Dozumi will put out something special for the Kickstarters who bought the box.
Yeah, like
a special edition, bigger art box to stick all the stuff in.
To stick your art box in with the new DVD or Blu-ray.
This art box, so we got an art box for your art box.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, and Indivisible is receiving a Western TV adaptation. Now, why am I covering this?
Because Brady Hartel is part of the team.
Because Brady Hartel is lead UI and graphic designer for this game series. So that's kind of cool. Good for him. Happy for you, bro. Haikyuu manga ends in Jump. Final volume set for November 4th. So it's over.
Yep.
Hopefully we get a full anime adaptation and we'll be able to cover it on the podcast.
Oh, yeah. I would fucking love that. This show is fantastic. Ninja World, the manga project, plans a worldwide launch this fall. So this is kind of an interesting idea. I had highlights here, but apparently they're gone, so that sucks. I'll just read it. Newly established creator group Enmaku opened a teaser site for its Ninja World project to bring the ninja-themed manga to the world today. Shingeki Hoshino, known as the story writer for Sadayoshi Ishii illustrated Kawashia Gen series, serves as the leader of the group. And the name Enmaku refers to the depiction of a ninja disappearing with the smoke with an onomatopoeia doloron. Because that's the sound smoke makes. It's not the like the Japanese taiko drum or whatever, you know. Ninja World teaser site, so you can check it out there. Ninja is the most popular and recognizable Japanese character in the global marketplace. Ninja World was established to create the definitive version of ninja manga with multiple story writers.
The streamer Ninja is the most
with multiple story writers and illustrators. This project aims to establish the Ninja brand from Japan by portraying ninjas who are active in countries around the world. The countries that appear in the 6-episode first season are the United States, Mexico, and Japan. The main character is Brazilian of Japanese descent, and 2 chapters will be told in each country. Story writers and illustrators will change from country to country. Meanwhile, weapons and costumes will be common to the show that the world is connected. Okay, so the U.S. chapter is going to be written by these people, Mexico chapter, Japan chapter, right? So at the beginning of the project, only the digital edition will be available. In Japan, it will be distributed through Sato Manga Laboratories' Densho Bako service and available at more than 50 digital bookstores. For the international market, it will be released mainly on Amazon Kindle, as well as Comixology, Nook, iBooks, Kobo, and Google Play. With those platforms, it will be possible to distribute the Ninja World manga series simultaneously in 25 countries all over the world. Okay, so here's the US chapter visual. All right, this is our US Ninja. Boy, that looks really weird. Tangenting his chin right there like he's got fucking Raiden's helmet from... anyway, here's the Mexico chapter. He's the... Orewa Luchador. Right, so he's the ninja luchador. El Hijo... El Hijo del Ninja. I don't know what that's supposed to be in Spanish, Hijo, but it's like El something del Ninja, right? Anyway, so continuing. I thought that was kind of an interesting concept. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it and how weird that's going to play out. But Viz Media is going to be releasing the collected columns of Nintendo's Iwata Asks interviews in book form. So that's kind of a cool idea. Have them in put them on your bookshelf, I never actually read any of these while they were going on because I don't game and don't really care. But I thought it was a cool idea. You guys have anything you want to say?
Nope.
Oh, what? No. Seb says, hold on. Oh, I missed a lot.
Ronja is Swedish.
Gigolo. GIF, right? There you go. Another one. I think there should be an entire spin-off series, Platelets at Work. There you go.
Hell yeah.
Didn't he do
there probably actually is one.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of all the different spin-offs there are.
Yeah. Seb says, didn't he do Ronja and wasn't that CG? Yes. Lee Chauncey said, I watched 5 minutes of Ronja and couldn't stand it. Yeah, it didn't look... I haven't watched it, but it didn't look... It didn't grip me, like in the art. Like, Miyazaki, Hayao Miyazaki's work has this way of like, you just see the poster and you're like, fuck, I want to watch that. You know what I mean? But Ronja didn't give me that. Ronja is Swedish, by the way. He said, I watched the live-action Ronja when I was a kid. Well, source on that, I'd like to see if I could get some Region 1 box sets of that to throw in my collection. Breaker 19, I don't know what this is a reference to.
Masapida.
What? Maspida? Oh, yeah.
Maspida, whatever.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I call it that. All right. Atelier Ryza 2 announced with even thicker thighs. Now I read this article and I don't know that I think that's just a clickbaity headline that's kind of funny. But they are quite chunky.
Yeah, analysis.
It's all saved now. We have thicker thighs, guys.
I'd like to see a wireframe of this next to 2B's ass with like the million polys, right? I just want to know how many polygons are going into this thigh bulge, right? Muffin topping it's happening. Continuing. Nice. Higurashi When They Cry goes mobile with upcoming gacha game. Story written by Ryukishi 07 and all that. And here's like the stuff.
The art style makes me concerned that this is like what they've been trying to go for with the brand.
Yeah. Could be worse though.
I guess, yeah.
Kamen Rider Memory of Heroes announced for Nintendo Switch and PS4. So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Kamen Rider because I've never actually sat down and watched it, but I bought it so I could. Gintama crosses over into the King of Fighters All-Star mobile game. And all I want to know is why. Right? Like, why of all things? This is such a weird thing for them to it's like Kirby and Mickey Mouse or so. I don't know. that was a bad. SpongeBob. There you go. That's what.
Kirby. I can see Kirby and Mickey Mouse going together.
Remember Monster Rancher? You scream as you watch the new mobile game trailer. Okay, so the entire appeal of the Monster Rancher game was grabbing every CD from your mom and dad's like collection of albums and scanning them to find out what monsters were in them. That's literally the entire appeal of this game. Putting it on a fucking mobile thing, what are you gonna just go around? Look at QR code, scan that shit. You know, like that's gonna be so boring.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be their CD, Brad.
Boring. I mean, maybe if it's like you go to Pokestops and it's like, quick, switch over to the other app. Let's find out what's here.
I mean, if they made UPC codes, they could like scan, I don't know, their box of AIDS and then
I
be
love
like,
this.
oh man.
Just go to the grocery store and start scanning barcodes.
Yeah, what if it's barcodes? That could be it. That would be interesting. That's the only thing that would save it, but that would get so dull so fast.
I mean, you could say that about anything that you can scan too many times.
And you could also you could literally print your own barcodes if that was the case. Like you can literally get the barcode font, just type out your own barcodes, look on like
there's literally generators online.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Print them out and scan them.
Who needs printing when you scan the screen?
Yeah,
if it
just
works,
scan the
the
screen.
phone might-
Save paper.
the phone
Save
might
the
work, but
trees.
an actual RF scanner can't scan through a screen. But maybe a phone can because it uses a different process. Also, Control Fate Extras BB, an celebratory Dig Dug browser game. So literally a reskinned version of Dig Dug. I have no idea what's going on with this reference. I played it for about 20 minutes. Feels a little jank. I have one memory of playing Dig Dug in my childhood at a like pizza place arcade, and I was with my friends, and like we put in like the last quarter I put in, I got so fucking I got into the zone and got so fucking far into that game. It was the most bizarre thing because we were losing like on the first or second level over and over again, and then I got to like level like fucking 30 in one go, and I was like, I am a god. Like, it was so bizarre.
When I bought my DS, my DSi, it had this game built into it, so I have a few fond memories of playing this.
All right. So Seb says Ronja Swedish live action seems to have Region 1 DVD on Amazon with English subtitles. Here's the Amazon
ASI.
Yeah, so I will definitely be checking that out. Too bad I can't type in capital B's.
Well.
Yeah, but by the way, now that the Broly video is done, I'm going to start working forward on getting that all taken care of. Hopefully I can get that done soon. But coronavirus is kind of making that a little complicated. My highlights are gone here. So I'm just going to...
No.
So Yakuza director Toshihiro Nagoshi heaps praise upon Ghost of Tsushima. So again, Ghost of Tsushima was made by a Western developer, very Japanese looking game, to the point where some Japanese people are saying it's even more Japanese than if we made it or something like that. Like they're heaping all this praise on it. It's got some really cool mechanics. I haven't played the game, but from what I understand, normally in a game where you would have like an arrow directing you, like go this way, follow this path, it has a wind mechanic.
No UI, right?
Yeah, it has a wind mechanic that blows your like cape and stuff in different directions, and you're supposed to follow it, which I feel like would look really weird because you're constantly running and your cape is like blowing forward while you're running. I don't know. Maybe it's blowing backward? I don't know. It seems kind of weird, but it's got some cool, like it seems to be a game people are really liking and stuff. So anyway, I don't care about covering this article since the highlights are gone. All right, League of Legends promo art censored in China. Once again, China strikes. So now, even though like there's like no cleavage at all, but we gotta like give her a piece of cloth here because the Chinese aren't allowed to see that. Damn, cover yourself up.
How do they breed?
I think they grow their children, don't they? Don't they have Christmas?
Oh yeah, right. Communist
I was gonna say they
communist soldiers grow on trees.
They harvest their sperm and like eggs and stuff, and they grow them through CRISPR, don't they? Isn't that how the Chinese work?
Communist soldiers grow on trees.
All right, so like can't have that belly showing, which this actually makes more sense because it's like, well, like my armor is only going to protect my tits, but now my belly's protected, where my organs are. Also, this one feels like a really odd choice, and also,
hey, that belly button could be used for many devious acts. You never know.
That's the fourth hole. Can't have it.
Anyway, so yeah, just more proof. This is just sort of our constant reminder that China is censoring things, and because China has 1 billion people in it, everybody's going to kowtow to them. Also, by the way, I didn't have time to cover this podcast. We're effectively at war with China. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Trump signed an executive order that basically put them on notice, right?
Oh my god.
So literally what happened was he basically made it so that if you, so for instance, Apple got some sort of deal with communist Chinese government, or like they moved because they have their factories over there, them and Costco, not Costco, the Costco, I think it is, or what was it? They have the nets, right? The suicide nets, right? To stop people from being able to kill themselves because they're working there so terrible. But basically because Apple has their some of their factories located over there, the Chinese Communist government made it so like you can't have your factory over here unless we own your data. So iCloud is in the hands of the Communist Chinese government, right? And they're harvesting your data.
iCloud.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like they're harvesting your data. So Trump basically said, look, that's fucking unacceptable. Right. So he basically signed an executive order to put them on notice, right? That if you are an American company, especially, and you have holdings that are being, controlled by Chinese interests, then you're done. Right. Basically. So big move. And then immediately after that, like same day, because this is all about Chinese spying, right? Because you got to understand that war doesn't look like it did in World War II. Didn't look anything like World War I. World War III doesn't look anything like World War II. We're in an information war, right? And this is like we're in a place where it's easy to see war when you sink a ship, drop bombs on Pearl Harbor, whatever. Like that's easy to start that conflict. People see that and go, "Holy shit, we're being attacked!" Right? But when the war is cyber, hardly seen behind the scenes subversion, the public doesn't see that, and they don't recognize that war is happening, and it's an incremental, slow grind, stepping over that boundary again and again and again, slowly but surely.
You don't notice until it's way too late.
So Trump is basically saying like, we fucking know you're doing this, and it's pathetic and annoying, and you're on notice, right? So what happened was, I think it was in New York, the fucking embassy, the Chinese embassy, people are in their like hotels or apartments, and they're filming over their balcony the courtyard of the embassy where they're having a fucking bonfire, burning all of their documents, right? Because it's a fucking spy ring. Just like the fucking Chinese agents that they caught that was working for Dianne Feinstein as her personal driver for 50 years, right? So they're on notice. There was some articles I haven't shared about Japan scrambling jets and shit, which I really want to cover like in the next podcast. But again, it's just we've gone too far with this one. Too many weeks worth of articles to get through, and I thought it would be better to focus on the KW Miller stuff because of the thumbnail and all than to get into that right now. So that's just I wanted to let you guys know. Also, how about that explosion in Beirut? So Brady Hartel tweeted this out. Here's something. Anyone know what this says, if anything at all? So basically, it's in Arabic or Farsi or something, and he just wants to know if it actually says anything because it's hard to translate. So I took out my app for translation where you just put it up and it translates live in the image. And this is what I got.
Let's go, hot sauce.
And then fucking amazing. That sounds like the lyrics to an anime theme song for hot sauce, and suddenly I want it to be real. Let's go. Hot sauce, the savior of our dinner plate. Here we go. Hot sauce. Don't wait and apply it too late. These are the ones I got. Ruined hot sauce. Police/vandal. All right. Anyway, so if you know anybody who speaks who reads Arabic and whatnot and can and help them out, these are in the doc if you guys want to find them and give them some.
I love how this is just a quiet announcement basically that Discotheque has Twilight Gemini.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Is this from Twilight Gemini? Anyway, so yeah, I sent it to my friend Dan because he's in Afghanistan right now. Like he should be around translators and stuff, people who know it, but he hasn't gotten back to me. I hope he's alive. Hope he wasn't in that suitcase nuke explosion in Beirut. that's my patented belief. Even though fact checkers conclude Beirut explosion was not a nuclear blast. It's like,
nitrate.
I'll be real with you. I don't trust anything. Any report that comes out within 24 hours, I automatically believe is fake. Anyway, yeah, but I don't know. I haven't heard from him, and now I'm getting kind of worried. So, Infinity Force movie DVD via Hong Kong listed with English subtitles. So I guess this is a Hong Kong release, but it has English subs. I guess. I think I'm going to wait on it. Also, this looks like this is CG, right? Yeah, not out.
This has Infinity Force, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
No Blu-ray. That's sad.
No,
Continuing here.
That's Hong Kong. Yeah.
Yeah. My teen romantic comedy snafu climax. Whoops.
What'd you break?
I swung my arm and it hit the world sinks except Japan. So my teen romantic comedy snafu climax DVD Blu-ray to come with sequel novel.
That's annoying and I
believe
don't understand.
Is this for the Sentai release though, or?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, cool.
Wait, what? What do you mean the Sentai release? No, that's the Japanese.
Yeah, but Sentai has a license over here.
Oh, so I was asking if the sequel novel is going to come with the Sentai release though,
Oh,
because they're using the American title here, My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu Climax, right? Isn't that the American title? Not Origa, blah 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 blah.
Origaru is just the abbreviation or whatever. But yeah, that's going to be annoying.
Here's the first Blu-ray jacket, so it is the Japanese one.
Well, if allegedly it's going to end, it's kind of like, so you're going to incrementally release it on these 6 volumes. It's like, wouldn't you be spoiling what happens after or whatever by reading the novels as you release it? I don't know. Anyway.
Point there.
I've got a similar story, but we'll cover that next week during the Watch Club segment.
Sounds good.
Dun, dun, dun.
Novel illustrator draws gorgeous box art for Saikano. Fine
draws
film.
gore.
DVD Blu-ray. Yeah. Gorgeous. There's another J sounding G.
But there's a G at the top.
I don't. When I hear Saikano, I always think about She the Ultimate Weapon or whatever. About the girl who's like a weapon or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Saikano. Anyway, so I don't know anything about this, but moving on. Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna comes to home video this autumn. Yay.
What? Whoa, what?
Matt is so skinny.
They already announced that it was delayed. So when was this made?
16 days ago.
So this autumn is the new projected release date.
It has a solid release date for October something.
Yeah, but it was announced that it would be delayed.
So the DVD Blu-ray Collector's Edition goes on sale October 6th, and it's going to be digital download on September 29th.
Did you say Collector's Edition?
Yep.
Daddy's happy.
October 6th.
It's going to come with a lithograph. Woohoo! Fucking
lithograph. The lithograph.
All right. Also, regarding... Flip
Hi,
said,
Guardian Spice.
Adidas, all day I dream about Sentai Filmworks putting out a good Votons release, right? So, Nabaru Noburo said, oh boy, something wrong with the new set now? Because remember, we were talking about the new set looked great, right? It was a big improvement. But here's the thing. They said they fixed almost everything on the new set. But the Palestine Files disc has the aspect ratio set wrong. So it gets squished to 4:3. If your player or TV can stretch the picture to 16:9, it's a moderate annoyance at best, but it's still sloppy that it went out like that. You were saying theoretically, if I get both sets, does that mean I can have a good experience? I already own the OG releases. Probably have to get this one for the other major fixes. Yeah, so unfortunately, it seems to have. I hope they just fix that disc and.
The Palestine Files on the original still suffer from the same interlacing issue, is what he says.
Yeah.
And then, if you get the new one without the interlacing, you have the 4:3 that you have to stretch, which reduces quality, so you can't win.
Yeah, so yeah, we're cucked either way. That's very unfortunate.
It's still this new release is still the better release, regardless.
Hands down. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
So I'll have to buy a third time when they re-release it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Clannad Blu-ray, FYI. So this person just sent this out. They said, "Hey, I ordered a copy of Clannad on Blu-ray from Sentai site, and it arrived today. Unfortunately, the 6th disc is missing, so there's only 5 discs.
Right.
This is just a FYI to always make sure you check your product, as anything can happen during processing. I love this, but to figure that out, I have to open my physical media."
Oh no, Brad!
I do that anyway.
All right. Also, Right Stuff is apparently sending out Aniplex volumes of some of its $25 blind boxes. So this person said, "I heard from some people that they got Aldenoa Zero Volume 2 Blu-ray, and I just today got I got my package in the mail, and my $25 blind box item was the Raw Season 2 Volume 1 Blu-ray. This is officially the first piece of Aniplex I've ever owned. But I have mixed feelings about it because the common thread with these Aniplex blind box items is that they're both ones that have the first installment out of stock or out of print.
Right. I was going to say they probably don't have the rest of it available, so it's garbage.
They're getting rid of stuff that's not moving.
That's exactly what they're doing. Aldenoa Volume 1 is unavailable, and likewise for the whole first season of Rah. So while it's cool to have gotten something so ludicrously expensive as a freebie, it's kind of annoying that they'd send out part of the series that I'll never be able to complete.
It could also be a promotion to buy the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I've got a friend of mine got Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works DVD Season 1. Yeah.
All right. G-Kids details the extensive 4-disc Weathering With You collector's edition. My highlights are gone on this too.
We'll cover this in the move on.
Well,
we'll cover this.
So here's the thing. Let me read this. This is 4-disc set right here, right? 4-disc set.
1 soundtrack, 1 UHD, 1 regular HD.
What makes the collector's edition worth the wait? For starters, the film itself will be presented in 4K UHD with English, French, and Japanese audio with English, Spanish, and French subtitles. An additional Blu-ray, that's disc 2, disc including the companion feature-length documentary, The Making of Weathering With You, as well as the film's soundtrack on CD. I count 3 discs here.
There's also the Blu-ray only version of the movie.
But that's this one, an additional Blu-ray disc. Oh, okay. No, so
the Blu-ray version of the movie, the 4K version of the movie, the Blu-ray special features, and the CD.
Gotcha. Okay, so there's this, right? This is the that one. Now I also saw this for you importers.
Can you we'll cover this because we got the layout of the English release.
Okay, but all I'm saying that there's a deluxe edition that's exclusive to Zavi. Mm-hmm. Okay, Zavi is a UK
Australian region B.
But the thing is that the UHD is
region free.
Has no region coding, so it's cheaper. It's kind of a nicer looking set in my opinion.
And it's got a steelbook.
Yeah, so just throwing that out there if you guys are interested. Anyway,
problem is I think it's equally expensive. Well, maybe not equally. It's more expensive to get from there with imports and it's still kind of expensive to get from Shout Factory for me. So, but in the US, apparently, according to Professor Who, that's not the case.
Yeah. And I mean, for the US release, you can at least still use every single disc.
Read the second paragraph on that page about Weathering With You.
Second paragraph.
How do I? Shit. I closed the entirety of that window just now.
The entire browser?
Reopen, close window.
Oh no.
All those
I hate? On my phone I'll have like 50 tabs open, and when I go to make a new tab, I hit the close all tabs button. Why does that exist? You can't undo it on mobile. I hate it.
Why would you have 50 tabs open on mobile?
Because I have things that I'm like, maybe this will be relevant later.
From another app, it opens in a new window and shit.
Yeah, but why would you let
it happens all the time. I have like thousands of them open at times.
Look, half of them are tracking updates. Half of them are websites that I'm like, I'm going to add something
it's an
to
easy
cart
thing to
later
happen.
on.
I know. Okay, so
second paragraph.
I assume. Right. I assume you're talking about this one. Read the second paragraph on the page about Weathering with You. So this is the first paragraph. Second paragraph is this one. Or maybe that was an answer to the thing about 4 discs, because I just read that, right? So 104-page perfect bound book. Or maybe he means this one. Additional bonus features on the feature film's Blu-ray disc include an interview with director Makoto Shinkai, the companion Weatherfront featurette, a talk show interview with Makoto Shinkai and journalist Yumiko Udo, director of filmography featurette, along with trailers and TV spots. The Weathering with You Collector's Edition will have an MSRP of $79.98, and pre-orders are available now from Shout Factory, special 20% discount of $63.99. I'm pretty sure I bought this, but I don't even remember anymore. Anyway, so I'm going to keep going. Lishansky, if there's anything extra, maybe you can copy it and paste it as a comment. Or he already said.
Sorry, guys.
Oops, sorry, guys. Okay, well, moving on then. Okay, so real quick, I just want to get through. We got 3 more things, and then we can go into the Right Stuff thing. So Right Stuff reveals Attack on Titan vinyl soundtrack, Gundam Seed Ultra Edition Blu-ray. There's a Gundam Seed Ultra Edition Blu-ray. Sure, we'll talk about it. And then they're doing a vinyl soundtrack, which has some amazing art in it, but I don't want to own any vinyls. That's not something I want to do in my life.
That's the thing about vinyls. They would look really nice if you framed them.
Yeah. But it's like, do I really want to spend the money for this thing that I'm never going to use just to put it on display? And like, there's only so much wall space in my house, you know? Anyway, continue.
Oh, never mind. I was going to go on.
This is really important. Charge Man Ken film reels are suffering from vinegar syndrome. So a crowdfunding project to achieve and restore it digitally at a 2K resolution has been created. 6 million yen goal, all or nothing. Campaign ends on September 25th.
That's intense.
Be defeated by vinegar deterioration. So it's a Makuake or whatever, or ready4.jp, whatever this is.
Did they like put it in vinegar to preserve it or something? Like,
I don't know what vinegar syndrome is, but it's probably a deterioration that occurs due to oxidization or something.
Yeah.
So Discotech only released this on DVD, right?
Yep.
So if they do this, then maybe Discotech will release a 4K upscale.
Oh god.
Didn't it say Charge Man Ken movie? So is this like a separate
series?
It's the series.
Oh, okay. I won't be opposed to that.
What the fuck? Hard cooker. What is this? That's funny. I want that shirt so bad. Okay. All right, here we go. The moment you've been waiting for. Disney gets Naruto Blu-ray Steelbook cover art widely ridiculed. Anime distributor Viz Media has revealed a specially commissioned cover for their latest Blu-ray Steelbook edition of the Naruto anime series to immense ridicule from Naruto fans and others.
They experienced the most prominent case of instant regret ever.
I don't know. Look, this thing is a fucking trash fire. It looks horrendous.
My theory is that they commissioned
fast.
the guy. It cost so much, and they didn't want to hurt his feelings. So they're like, okay, we'll
just keep it and hope it sells out, and then we'll just release a regular version. That'll
Here's the
sell
thing. I pre-ordered this thing the second I saw it, because if they backpedal and undo this, I'm going to be so disappointed if I don't have this horrendous Bobby
Are you getting the Steelbook in the regular version?
Naruto in my collection on Steelbook? Are you fucking kidding me?
That boy ain't right.
I need to own this. It looks so fucking bad. Look at this, like X-Men, like fucking shit.
Yeah.
The only one who looks halfway decent is fucking Kakashi, and that's because he's looking away from camera. Where's Naruto even looking at? Like,
listen,
it looks like the Western how to draw manga, like books that they sell at like fucking Joann's Fabrics or Michael's.
Listen, Naruto is canon white because Masashi Kishimoto confirmed that he's like European, whatever based. So he's white. Don't get me wrong, but he looks hideous in this interpretation.
It looks like like how they've got a picture of the kid wearing the Halloween costume on the Halloween costume. This is a kid wearing a Naruto costume and a picture of on the Naruto costume.
Yeah. Okay. So the artist commissioned to create the cover, Wilsh Portacio, has previously worked on the Uncanny X-Men comics along with several other Marvel titles. While an accomplished artist in his own medium, the style he chose to illustrate the Naruto Blu-ray cover did not mesh well with the overall aesthetic of the series, at least according to critics. The widespread negative reaction on social media deriding the cover in a variety of ways. So I love that some of my favorite people are in. Is it this article? Fuck, maybe it's the other article. We'll read it real quick. So here we go. Sakura looks older than her teammates with her Psylocke body makeover. And dude in the middle is definitely Apocalypse, right? Greenline 743 with a $5 super chat says, I thought cool at first, and then I saw the art and thought, what the fuck?
Thank you, highest shareholder in Ocean Chest Productions LLC.
Yes. By the way, yeah, I was the product itself I'm excited for because I'm like, yes, more Naruto Blu-ray so I can have a future-proofed whatever collection.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I saw the art, I'm like,
Blu-rays, and I don't even really like. I've only got like one of the movies randomly, but when I saw this, I'm like, that is the worst garbage. I need it for my collection.
I mean, it literally says Collector's Dream on the back, and it has like none of the special features that were on the DVD releases.
Yeah, so bad.
I was like, this is not a collector's. This is a collector's nightmare.
Yeah,
that dude in the middle is definitely Apocalypse. Please don't compare these to X-Men. That is so disrespectful. The artist they commissioned to do this worked on the Uncanny X-Men comics. LOL. I get it. It's like those misleading video game cover arts from the old days where none of the characters look like their in-game counterparts because suits that it would look cooler. Okay. Or in the case of Nausicaa, characters that aren't even in there at all, right? Yeah, so like Warriors of the Wind, right? Like none of these people are even in it, right? Like shit. Anyway, but yeah, the Mega Man one and stuff. Wow, this old stuff looks horrible. I think you guys need this. How to draw manga. Good God, what is that cover art? Artist, but the realistic style doesn't fit, to be honest. It isn't even realistic. It's more American comic style. They couldn't have missed the point any further, even if they tried. I swear I'm looking at an Asian bootleg DVD collection with that.
That was my other thought. That looks bootleg.
What the fuck is that cover? That shit looks horrible or terrible. I think it's intentionally supposed to be terrible. Yeah, then these.
Why would it intentionally look terrible? There's no context that
because
relates.
They created a lot of buzz about it.
Imagine if this guy gets hired for every Viz anime cover.
That would be legendary.
His art style looks like the North American covers for the first Mega Man game.
I'm glad all of Hunter x Hunter has already been released.
What if this is the next? What if they take our feedback on the JoJo set and they redo it?
Oh
with
God!
His artwork.
Oh. I'll be honest. It would probably look a lot better
for JoJo than
for
Naruto.
For Part 5. Yeah. Have you seen Part 5 at all?
No.
They changed the character designs for all this for the characters in Part 3 and 4. I was like, oh my God.
Oh my God. If you were going to do Naruto like that, you might as well have paid and asked Meat Canyon to do it.
I love Meat Canyon's artwork so much.
Was there not official artwork from the movies, which is the product you're trying to sell, that could have been used? This seems like such an unnecessary expense to commission extra, non-representative artwork that clashes stylistic with the product. It's like the 80s again. I love this. Genius is at Viz. This will be an infamous collector's edition now. Believe it.
That's a really good one as well. That one, Naruto spelt with an E.
Whoever signed off on this probably lost Viz quite a lot of money. Just letting you know that no one is going to buy this, and it's because of the artwork. Also, it's not April 1st. I'm not drunk and I'm not on meds. What the hell is that? This looks like if Naruto got the Mega Man treatment. Oh, that's Natoru, right? And Dragon's Ball guys.
I'm gonna use my new favorite thing. Someone theoretically, if I was drunk, I'd say I'm drunk, and I'm still not gonna buy it.
All
right.
Yeah. So, continuing.
You want to go right into right
hold
stuff?
On. No, not yet. I love Viz because they followed up with this. Should we make this a T-shirt? It literally has the Blu-ray headband, the Blu-ray band, and everything. Like,
who the fuck would wear it?
Just having some fun. We're super proud of our partnership with Willis, whatever his name is. It's like, are they trying to just rub it in his face? Yeah, this guy, we are very proud of his art.
Should we make this into a T-shirt? No, I don't wear a T-shirt with that Nightmare Fuel on it. Would have bought the Blu-ray, but yeah, I'm good. We got you.
Here's how you can buy it.
Triple Features Collector's Edition Steelbook. All right. Oh yeah. All right. So I love this. Okay, we can go into right stuff now if you want.
All right.
Are we bringing up the Naruto on the right stuff, or are we just assuming that?
We can talk about it further there if you guys want.
We'll get to it. So we got mostly Gundam Seed Collectors.
This is really confusing, but I think what I'm looking at, that's not 6 cases. That's the front and back of 3 cases.
Yep.
But still, look at the art box. Look how thin it looks on this angle. I'm convinced that's going to be 4 spaces wide. And it costs so much. I'm glad that they're not including a bunch of extraneous bullcrap with it, because that'll just crank up the price. But it costs so much probably because they include the original dub, which is what the 3rd case is. I'm assuming, or no, the 2nd case. Because if you
how expensive is this?
We got the 1 through 48 of the HGTV remastered series, episodes 1 through 50 of the original standard def series, as well as a special edition movie compilation.
Wait, they made 2 more episodes with the original SD TV series?
I don't know. Episode 1 through 50 of the original dub release and compilations will only be available as part of this release.
Oh yeah, so it's that and compilations. Yikes, that's a lot. But if you look at that original, so there's 6 discs in the 2nd set. So the other 2 discs are either the compilations or the 50 episodes. These are the 3
compilations. These 4 are the
season
I'm guessing the 4 is the standard definition ones, and the 6 are the high def ones.
Oh, I guess it could be that.
Because the standard def ones would take up a lot less space, so they wouldn't need to have so many discs.
But yeah, otherwise it looks great. It's not the AIDS size dimensions. I'm not a fan of it having a slipcover, but that's not a big deal.
And $250 for that.
225, but for me that's going to be like 300. I'm going to wait till it goes on sale because 00, their best, in my opinion, Ultra Edition is still in stock and went on sale, just like last sale they had. So I'll just wait for this one to go on sale, hopefully.
It comes out in December.
I just bought The Robber's Daughter.
Delayed to 2020 at the very end.
Yeah. This one, I mean, it's not anime, but I thought this was kind of interesting. It's an interactive movie. You can basically choose whether Robin lives or dies at the end of it.
That's gay.
I can just imagine that being the only decision you can make, and it's at the very end. Do you want to kill Robin?
The movie literally starts. Hey, Bruce, you want to see a show tonight? Yes, no. Right? Like, stop parents from dying. Movie over.
Moving on. The Wonderland.
Oh, great. I need to get
You saw this one in theaters, didn't you?
I sure did.
Was it any good?
Let me put it this way.
So no.
My first impression is forthcoming. You'll see. You'll hear our.
Okay. Well, I want to like it because it's Ilya Kuchnov, whatever.
Oh, I love that. I make great notice of the fact that he's the only one who can pull off characters where their iris and pupils are Minecraft music discs.
Okay. So about this,
hold on.
Like I said, what?
A comment from Lishansky about this says. He says, also note the movie titles are listed nowhere on the cover for this. The three. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, read that shit. Read that shit up there. Go up so I can read it. A collector's dream. A new Blu-ray bundle of the classic Naruto movies in a deluxe
cover featuring original artwork by American comic book legend Wolf Portacio. Unlike Uncanny X-Men Iron Man. First, young Naruto and friends guard a princess in Ninja Clash on the Lord of Snow. Or Ninja Clash in the Lord of Snow. Land of Snow. Damn it. And then a battle over a dangerous relic in Legend of the Stone of Galil.
Are those
finally, Rock Lee helped with a violent uprising.
Yeah, those are the
movie
movie titles.
Crescent Moon Kingdom.
Jeez. So, like, who it...
They spend half the synopsis jacking off the artist that they just...
Somebody at Viz is just a fan of this guy, and they had, like, some green lighting opportunity to be like, you mean I get to commission an artist? Will, my favorite artist, Portacio, please! You know, like...
Yeah. This just looks terrible. Look at... Is that supposed to be Sakura?
No, seriously. Right?
Like,
I love how she's throwing. I just looks so bad. She's throwing the kunai, and they're just like they're
all five.
She's wearing basically an X-Men costume with a cape.
Is that 5? Look, she's got 3 kunai in the mid of the air and 2 other above it.
Like she threw those like slightly earlier, and then literally that guy's a fucking sentinel from X-Men with this like.
The fuck is this all about?
This has not even seen the movie, by the way. It takes place in the snow. All right, I got it. Ninjas? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yes, they provided.
Who's this guy over here?
They provided a picture of Naruto, so he got the clothing decently good. And he's like, "Yeah, I remember that girl. She got like pink hair, right? Yeah, I got her. Don't worry about it. I don't need to see a picture."
Yeah, I got it. Next, we got the Steelbook version, which is...
Okay, so that's so confusing. One's a collector's edition, one's a collector's edition Steelbook. Steelbook's more, I think.
Yeah.
I want the collector's edition if there's like a regular art box. But this is so confusing.
I just can't wait. Oh, is the Steelbook, is that why it's got the shiny cover?
Probably.
Or did the other one have that too?
I don't know, man.
My favorite thing about this is that
on simulated lighting.
Shirt, so there are versions of this image without the fake like highlight line going through it.
Yeah, like
right?
Going through here.
But for the picture they did for the shirt, they used the one with the highlight lines.
Yeah.
To make it even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this one doesn't have it just because it's not a 3D image.
Well, there's no 3D. No point in the. Wait, is it going to have the Blu-ray band on the Steelbook print? That would be funny.
This probably comes off.
I hope not. I think they're just using the same image.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like, you know what, they might have not tried that hard because they know that they're going to take this down, and it's just like to get people to talk about it. It's like, you know, no publicity is bad publicity or whatever. No such thing as bad press, whatever it's called.
No, it's called all publicity is good publicity.
This looks like ass.
We've already established that.
This doesn't look like ass, and it's
we didn't actually say how. Yeah, it's great that they're reprinting those movies in HD. That's the only good thing about it.
Yeah, if you got the old DVD cases, just take the disc. Oh, what if the disc has individual disc art for the guy too?
Probably. Belief said 8. What episodes is this to?
223.
I hope this is finally actually a native HD. One can hope.
And we got the Sentai releases, which is pretty much all.
I'm assuming this was out of print already.
Yeah. Something.
And then miraculously now it's back in print.
No dub.
Oh, how dare they?
No dub as well.
No dub.
Well, you're not supposed to
Chewbacca.
look at the
Dub,
explosion.
yes.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think I even messaged you guys when they had their last whole "what show should we dub" thing. I pretty much approximated that Chewbacca is the one that I see the most, and that one's the most likely to get a dub, which it is getting a dub. So
You English dub.
we can basically have a really good what is it? If we have a good idea of what they're going to dub next when we see that, like a poll next.
Yeah. It's a shame that we're still not getting the 2 OVA episodes.
Not that we know of. Yeah.
It's not on. It's not listed here.
Oh, actually, yeah. I remember Miles from Crunchyroll, who's obsessed with this show, even noted that in his article.
Yeah. So moving on, we have EF. A Tale
Then
of
the show
Enemies and
no one
Villains.
asked for is getting a steelbook. Like, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a tragedy and all that stuff, which I really do not like those types of shows. So yeah, but I mean, it's cool that something that didn't have a collector's edition is getting one.
No.
Hooray!
Negima complete. Negima and Negima.
Negima?
With the 2 OVAs on top of it. So.
Oh yeah, the spring and summer
26.
specials.
Two OVAs. So.
Yeet.
Next, Akane Get Killed Steelbook.
That as angry as I am, that'll save me a lot of space.
No. Oh.
That shit sucked.
Whoa.
There you go. Your
Collector's edition of Is It Wrong to Kill Girls in a Dungeon?
season 2.
So this is annoying. Yes, they're being consistent with the first season, but I'm actually upset that they're consistent because it looks like ass.
Yeah, is it wrong to have an oversized, disgusting box set?
Yes, it is. And the other thing is that it's DVD size cases, so if I want to pull it out and to have a Blu-ray size case so it's future proof, like I've been saying. And I won't be surprised if we get a steelbook of these seasons later on. But I'm obligated to buy this because I got the first season. This is just mildly.
They're so expensive.
That's kind of cool.
I think, is it showing the layers that would just be flat? Or is it actually like this big chunky whatever 3D?
It's like an art card thingy that like it has like a parallax to it. That looks like it's gonna be damaged to shit very quickly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think you construct that with cards are probably in there.
Let's see what's
Maybe they're like, we need
Paper
to like
theater.
fill this space, so we need to fill up all this
Paper
empty
theater,
space in this box. So they made the most fragile space filling thing they could.
Wait, 350? What is it? Should 1 through 12 and the OVA. How does that go to 350? How long is the OVA? Double length?
Double length, probably, yeah.
Here we have the Weathering with You Collector's Edition 4K Blu-ray. And since there's no pictures here, we got this one over here. It's in a trifold digipack instead of a steelbook.
Dun dun dun.
So we got the art box, book, sticker, poster. So there's that.
It has such an uninspired spine.
Well, speaking of uninspiration, Totoro.
Did we cover this last time?
Well, we are now.
Like square shaped.
No.
Look at I feel like these are such terrible steelbooks.
Yeah,
I agree.
Especially that Totoro one. It feels like an off image.
at least it's not the one where it's like an amalgamation of the two sisters together, but like the image that they always use. That's not even one of the characters.
What?
The picture that they always use for the cover for Totoro.
You mean the umbrella in the rain at the bus stop?
Yeah. Like This girl isn't any of the characters.
She's not even a character.
Fuck, I never even thought of that. I always thought that was the younger sister.
That's neither of them.
Fuck, you're right.
Well,
that's creepy. I never thought of that before.
I haven't seen Totoro, but I figured she was important by the cover.
That's neither of them. It's like an amalgamation of the both of them together.
That's so bizarre. I never thought of that before.
So at least they're not using that image again, and they're actually using, something that's sort of.
They're using the old Fox DVD cover. Isn't that on the Fox? Oh no, the Fox one has. I gotta show you the Fox one. Hold on.
I'm done. No.
Well, it's not it. Not only do they have like one single picture on the case, but it's all this dead space. It's like, really? Do I want it to be made of steel if it's not going to show off this nice
Here's
artwork?
The Disney blue band.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the red band Disney. And here was the Fox one.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. That looks
This
like
has
the
the
box.
That would have made a better steel
Dakota
book.
Fanning.
That on a steel book.
Yeah.
All right.
Back to
We're
you.
moving.
Oh, I didn't catch the super chat from Strainline743. I really wanted a dub for Punchline.
I mean, I wanted a dub for Punchline, but I haven't seen it, so I don't really want it. But yes.
Pour one out for Seb. My sticker on my Millennium Actress slipcase just ripped a piece of the
F's
cover.
in chat for Seb.
Buy it again from Amazon and try again. And just swap out the
Buy
just take
it
off-
again from Amazon. Send
take off the
back the
slipcover.
broken one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without the cover at all.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Did I tell you guys about how I got Inuyasha Final Act with a damaged slipcover? So then I ordered another one or whatever, but that one also came with a slipcover.
Mm-hmm.
So I have two slipcovers, but I sent back one without a slipcover because I'm like, I don't want this person to suffer.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
If anyone wants to buy
slipcover.
wants a free Inuyasha slipcover for Final Act,
actually,
I got one for you.
do I even own Final Act?
Subs in Sweden, so he's kind of fucked.
Oh, Seb says I'm FD. That's an abbreviation for my name, by the way. FD.
Oh.
Seb, you are infringing on my copyright. I'll have to.
You are on notice.
You are on notice.
All right, are we done with
For
the
impersonation.
We should just rename this podcast. You are on notice for being a thought.
You're on notice for being a thought.
You know, if is Anime Intensity going to be joining us? Do you think, FDM?
Oh, I'm supposed to notify her and see if things are.
Pretty close.
Because I was thinking about.
So shall I give the signal, the bat signal?
Yeah, I was thinking we might, if she's unavailable but still wants to join us, we might skip the Watch Club discussion this week. Is that unacceptable?
I'm glad I haven't started watching Bachman yet.
So apparently Sentai's re-release of Beyond the Boundary on Steelbook had all of Mirai's lines in the dub for the series redone by Kira Vincent Davis, who had previously only replaced Krystal Laporte in the two movies. So this is from Fandom Post, right? Now, this is a developing story. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but apparently...
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Once again, I don't want the situation... I don't want this situation to make Krystal Laporte look like Vic Mignogna's situation due to the entitled diehard fans and put blame on the dubbing company. I don't want anything to happen to Sentai Filmworks. I don't want the situation will make fans blame English dub industry. Ron Toye on cue. Well, hey, Vic, you know what Vic did? Look at this picture. Like fucking X-Files, zoom and enhance, right? So yeah, this guy's completely unhinged and has gone insane. But yeah, they had Chris Ayres says I agree. She was blacklisted because they said she caused the symptoms of what we now know was my emphysema. I wanted to speak out the moment it happened, but needed my job and insurance. I assume they are trying to erase the fact that they ever did something so cruel and stupid. How do you cause the symptoms of emphysema?
And how did they tie it back to her, though?
Right? Like, I'm dying to know.
And it's funny because Chris is the one saying this. You know, it's clearly he didn't. I don't know. He didn't seem like he's the one upset about it. So
there's still a lot unanswered about the situation and why Sentai had dropped Krystal, no longer giving her any work and replacing all of her returning roles. But this is a pretty damn low blow. If you have the previous releases by Sentai of the series, best you hold on to those. Okay, so I'll say this. Here's the thing. Don't watch this show dubbed, because you are going to miss out on all the Fuyukai des. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, the reason you watch this show, to hear that. So, I can't see.
I don't think I'd care for that.
I wonder who this is. Can you open this? I'm going to send it to you in private chat here. Can you open this and tell me what fucking Michael Toole said?
Michael Toole. Oh, I'm blocked. No.
Ooh.
It is someone called Jonathan. Oh, wait. No, that's the regular post. Which one is it? Where is it before? It's right before Big on Anime. Is a post by T. Williams. Hey, anime Lindsay Loveridge. Any chance ANN could investigate the shenanigans between Sentai and Krystal Laporte? They full-on shite listed her and retroactively recast and redubbed her roles for reasons unknown to her or anyone. And then there's this really long message from Krystal Laporte, which can
you screen share it?
Wait, you don't have? Oh yeah, I read this one. Why don't I just send you the image on Facebook instead?
Okay, that'll work. Lishansky sent me some backstory on the Totoro thing. I'm going to try to copy it. Why is this so hard to do on my phone?
Why are you so hard to do?
I don't want to dox him again. Why? Okay, let me just stop screen sharing for a second. All right.
Should I give Intensity her link?
Yeah, of course. Well, let's see where we're at. We've got random merch news and a story about a guy in a university who printed porn on actual paper as his instead of saving files.
Here you go, my man. Whenever that sends.
All right, I just got yours. I still need to get Lishansky's though. I have to go out of here to grab it from another thing because it's a. He sent it to. He didn't send it to me. He sent it to the Anime Collector page. Come on, everything goes slow on Facebook when we're streaming for some reason.
When should I tell her to join potentially?
She can join whenever she wants.
All right.
Okay. You can tell her we'll probably be around a half hour to, if she wants time. We probably would still be not there yet in a half hour if she wanted to. I don't know, do her hair or something. Look excellent for the camera.
Oh, she says she might have to do audio only because she's like
totally fine with me.
Stuff.
Because the power outages and stuff. Okay. Wow, that was really difficult. Okay, I got it. Now I got to go back and grab yours. Okay, so we'll do yours first, and we'll come back to Lishansky's. Come on. Why you gotta take so long? Maybe we should do Lishansky's first. Dear God, get back to... I'm in the business. Get out of here! I'm stuck. Like, no matter how far back I go, it's stuck in the business version of Facebook for the pages. Okay.
This is serious business, I'll have you know.
I can't believe I'm doing all this just to read a screenshot you're sending me.
Why don't you check your phone or something? Well, it's a giant info. It's an info dump of her saying her whole situation.
All right. Well, I want to know what it is, so let's read it. Okay, I got it.
You want me to read it right now?
Well, I mean, that was the point, but now I can just do it this way. No big deal.
It's a really big screenshot.
Okay. Well, it's. I'm back in business. Okay. I'm doing it from my phone.
I'm back in business.
I hear somebody's voicemail is going off.
That is not mine. Reese?
No, phone number canceled. Don't want anybody to hear it.
Can you mute Reese?
I'm sorry.
What?
Okay. Oh, man, that's impossible to read. Okay, so here's what it says.
That's what I mean.
I honestly don't know why I was recast either. I begged for a reason since February, but nobody will tell me why. I just woke up the one morning, recast and replaced, and everything I had recently recorded without notice. I asked the ADR manager why, and if I did anything wrong. All I finally got was a text that said goodbye. Damn. When one door closes, another door opens. And best of luck with my next venture in life. She's like wishing herself luck. That's sad. That was it. Oh, okay. Wait, no, it said goodbye. When one door closes, another door opens, and then it wished her best of luck with the next venture in life. That was it. They don't need a reason to not hire me, so I cannot feel entitled to be given one. Prior to that text, the last thing I heard from her was a text thanking me for always working so hard and caring so much about the shows. I wasn't even in Texas when the decision must have been made, so I don't know what I could have done. I don't know if they were punishing me.
You said punishing me so uncomfortably the way that
because I have to get to the end of the line and go back and find out where it is because like it's not showing me the whole thing.
Punishing me.
The text is so far across the screen. It's so tiny. Look how tiny that is. Look how fucking tiny that shit is. Let me see if I can get back to where I was.
Why don't you just open that picture up in screen share? Or...
I'm trying, but
you
it's
want me
fucking
to?
not loading.
You want me to? Or...
Yes, please.
Can you find where he was last at, Reese, when he was reading?
Hold on.
Please. He needs assistance.
View image.
Look, I'm back in fucking Facebook business somehow. So yeah, it didn't just say goodbye. It said goodbye and had some nonsense platitude about like another door opens.
Me or punishing someone else. I wish I could give you a reason. I wish I knew the reason. No one will tell me why. No one will even talk to me. I only found out when they announced the cast. And instantly, the people I considered my family started acting like I didn't exist. I have racked my mind for every possible reason and haven't found one. I've gone to school when I can, and I spend the rest of my time at home thinking about what I could have possibly done to deserve this. I've gone over 2,000 pages of internet history, every text message on my phone, replayed every action I've ever made in my head, trying to find some clue that can tell me why I must be some kind of monster. That's all I've done doing for months. I went out for only a few weekends since February and stopped doing anything other than thinking about what I did wrong and studying for school. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I don't even know if I deserve to. I tried to do everything perfectly. I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't make any enemies. I wrote a letter asking just to know what I did wrong, why this was happening, what I did wrong, why this was happening. It went unanswered. I don't think I'll ever know. I have never been told I did something wrong or that anything I did wasn't good enough. I tried to be an unconditionally passionate cheerleader and supporter for the studio. I promoted the shows the best I could. I tried to buy every show and piece of merchandise I could. I defended every one of their decisions and stances, even to the frustration of fans. I've never even been late to a session. Everything was so wonderful until it wasn't. I have not been online for the past 6 months because I thought this may have been some kind of test of loyalty. I thought staying quiet was what I had to do to pass the test, and a few months in, they would tell me that this was just a test or a joke, and that I passed. That they've decided I was that I was good, and they all wanted to talk to me again. I saw the tweets asking where I was, and was so mortified that at the thought of fans thinking that I would flake out on them, would not take my work seriously. But I'd had to pass their test. Maybe by posting this I failed. Maybe I was close to passing and I just ruined it. Maybe there was...
The fuck? Are they cyberbullying her into suicide?
I don't know.
Maybe there was no test. I don't know. I just thought that by keeping quiet I was still useful. Besides, what could I say that wouldn't sound like a lie? This came out of nowhere. I didn't know they could do this without me doing something wrong first. I didn't know that nobody would tell me why. I thought people were accused of something got to at least know what they were accused of. I would have given limbs to finish the shows and give you the consistency the fans and creators deserve. If they gave me any reason at all for this, I would have taken the blame and groveled like a dog for the sake of a consistent and quality product. I would have done anything. I would have done anything. I know that recasts are sometimes necessary, but I thought that staying out of legal trouble, performing my job well, being available and willing, and being easy to work with was enough to avoid that. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm sorry for, but I am so sorry. I don't know. I know that sounds like a non-apology. I can't even give you the apology you deserve because they won't tell me why this happened. And for that, I feel like absolute garbage. I'm sorry. Please continue to support all of Sentai's staff, actors, and releases with the passion and love they deserve. So many people there work so hard to deliver quality anime, and every actor there is amazing and deserves success. But please don't think I just gave up and walked out of the.
Walked out on them.
I gave up and walked out on them or you. The lack of an explanation or reason for my absence probably annoys you, but please understand it has absolutely destroyed me. I've worked with other wonderful studios and other wonderful people in an opportunity I would have once been afraid to pursue out of loyalty, but I'm so grateful that I've been given. So while this has pushed me to find new and exciting opportunities in my work life, it has taken a large toll on me personally. I just always thought Sentai was my family, and this has demolished my physical health, sense of self-worth, and my ability to trust people. And I don't know if I can repair those. Maybe I deserve that. I just have to believe that this wouldn't have happened if I didn't deserve it. I know this whole thing is so pathetic, but please forgive me if I'm not very responsive after this post. I'm sorry.
By the way, I just realized that you're probably not blocked by Krystal Laporte, so I probably could have sent you the tweet because this was a retweet, the post that you were blocked by.
Oh, wonderful.
So good on me. Great on me. By the way, this tweet's from 2016. Just so you know.
Wow. So I noticed this. I looked up Medline Plus, trusted health information for you, and I looked up emphysema. What causes emphysema? The cause of emphysema is usually long-term exposure to irritants that damage your lungs and the airways.
She was an irritant.
cigarette smoke is the main cause. Pipe, cigar, and other types of tobacco smoke can also cause emphysema, especially if you inhale them. So
was she like a
says
smoker
here
distributing
that the
cigarettes
things that
there?
can
Or
cause
like what?
They've got smoking, long-term exposure to other lung irritants, age, genetics, and Krystal Laporte. So I guess he's totally up and up on that. Unless she's vaping, like constantly in the booth and blowing it right in his face. I don't understand how.
Inhaling it and then just breathing it right down their lungs while kissing him.
Yeah. So I don't know what that's about, but
that sounds stupid.
Yeah. So I don't know. I hope that they follow up on this. I mean, did she come out in support of Vic? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would cause her to be blacklisted like this.
But that was 2016.
Yeah, it was like 4 years ago.
That's true.
Well, you'd hope that she would probably understand his situation and, be, I don't know, more on his side.
Skeptical of what's being said.
Rather than, the whole, just believe.
Has she done anything since this?
Mm. When did
So, for reference, I looked up. I was thinking, maybe this is why we're getting all these re-releases. Maybe they're redubbing all of them. But no, Book of Bentora. She was not in Book of Bentora. She was not in like Tonari Seki-kun and stuff like that. No correlation. They're just re-releasing them because they're idiots.
When did the recap movies come out?
2017 maybe?
2017, yeah.
Yeah, and I bought those, unfortunately, because I'm going to get the Steelbook and have them again.
Oh, the last thing... she worked on Infinite Dendrogram. That's coming out in 2020. Sorcerer Stabber Orphan 2020 version.
Oh, so she's turned into a Funimation voice actor.
Seems like it. Azure Lane, Fruits Basket, Fire Force.
Do you think that her and Vic are essentially going to swap spots?
I don't know. It's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre thing.
And I take it you already pointed out how Ron tangentially commented on this thread.
So Mike Glad said, "What the hell am I listening to? It with you three, a freaking uncensored anime. Do you understand the words that are coming out of your guy's mouth before RHYS came in to save the day?" I don't understand what you're saying, Mike Glad. I'm sorry. I don't.
Well, when he says before RHYS came in to save the day, you and I were fumbling around.
Were we?
Trying to send the screenshot and whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I was probably also like asking for instructions on like our guests, so it was probably really confusing to someone who just pops in.
That would make sense.
I'm glad I saved the day and didn't butcher all that.
Well, you did great. Thank you.
Every time I read something, I think I'm butchering it just because of my list.
Oh, hello. Our special guest has arrived.
How are you doing?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. It's nice to have you here.
Oh,
so we are in the we've gone on a little bit of a tangent. Somebody has sent us some information on something we were just discussing. Do you know about this with the My Neighbor Totoro cover here that has a character in it that's not actually in the movie?
What? That can't be.
Yeah, I just blew my mind too. Let me grab the Blu-ray or the DVDs real quick. I'll show you that.
I thought that was a known thing for everybody.
No, I had no idea about this. This is so bizarre to me. Okay, so the on the Fox. Let me show you the Disney ones. That's a little bit easier. So we've got Satsuki and Mei, right? Now look at Satsuki has short hair. Mei has the brown hair with the pigtails. The character on here is like a weird amalgamation of them both because she's wearing Satsuki's outfit, but it has like Mei's hairstyle and everything. So,
is that like a canon thing that happens in the movie? Because I haven't seen it.
I never thought about it before.
Or is it just some Westerner or some intern just did some art and it's like, okay, I'll do the little one as the medium-sized one.
Let's find out. So Poster Pagoda, this article here sent to us by Lishansky says, who is the mysterious girl in the official My Neighbor Totoro movie poster? Anyone who has seen Studio Ghibli's 1988 classic My Neighbor Totoro knows that it follows the lives of Satsuki and Mei, two young girls who make a move to a quiet Japanese countryside. All is well and good until you look at the original Japanese movie poster and DVD box art and you notice something odd. Where are Mei and Satsuki? And who is the mysterious girl who doesn't even appear in the movie? Upon closer inspection, the girl in question appears to be a mishmash of the two protagonists we know and love. She is sporting Mei's pigtails and Satsuki's preferred yellow and orange attire. So did the artist just get lazy and hope no one would notice? I didn't notice. Perhaps a more interesting reasoning behind this. Hayao Miyazaki first had the idea for My Neighbor Totoro during his work on the production of Isao Takahata's 1976 TV series 3,000 Leagues in Search of Mother. It was during this time that he started creating initial conceptual watercolor paintings for our furry friend Totoro and his human companion, a 7-year-old girl named Mai Satsuki. Both early draft names for the protagonist, so Mai and Satsuki, not Mei and Satsuki. One reasoning for having one protagonist was that Totoro was originally only supposed to be a 40-minute long short film. As the world expanded and the production grew, Miyazaki decided it would be a better narrative decision to split the character of Mai into 2 separate characters. This would add more depth to the movie as you would be able to explore more dynamic worldviews, namely the childishly innocent world that Mei experiences and Satsuki's slightly more mature one. Okay. So Miyazaki also commented that if she was a little girl who plays around in the yard, she wouldn't be meeting her father at a bus stop. So we had to come up with 2 girls instead, and that was that. So in the end, Miyazaki and the production staff thought it best to split the character into 2 separate characters, keeping the name Satsuki and naming the younger girl Mei. In the end, the studio decided to keep the original concept artwork for the official artwork. Maybe we'll see a sequel someday that'll tells us the girl's adventures with Totoro.
So in other words, they just retroactively decide to change, or sorry, not retroactively.
Gosh, that's so bizarre.
They changed the concept after the art.
Yeah, okay, so occasionally, and this is actually kind of common in Japan because they're very theater based. So they'll come up with a very striking image. Like for instance, Hajime Izayama, the creator of Attack on Titan, he developed the entirety of that series based on a sketch he did of the character that became Levi. Right? He decided to sit down and draw something, and it spoke to him, and he's like, "All right, I'm going to build an entire series around this." Right? That's very common for artists, especially Japanese artists who are so visual, striking visual imagery dependent on making their stuff. That happens a lot. So it's not that surprising. What's surprising to me is that I never noticed it until just now. Right? So that's
until I brought it up.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a couple of quick articles here that are mainly just look at this as a thing. So there's official Evangelion emergency rations with curry and beef bowls now on sale. So this is a thing in Japan.
Do they actually have those in the show?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just this is like a TV dinner that they slapped some Ava themed Nerve packaging on. Right?
I never thought I'd see the days where people would...
sauce on it.
That'd be funny. So then they also have now, apparently in Japan, you can get Emilia and Rem, or just straight up Rem, like credit cards.
That Rem one is awesome.
Yeah. Continuing. More Tamagotchis. Apparently those are still like a big thing, even though you could just get an app, right? Manage all your Tamagotchis at once in some app.
You could also just play Digimon World Next Order.
Also, we got the Attack on Titan brewery. I don't know why we should keep sharing this stuff. It's like we're stuck in doing this now.
Our obligation.
Alcohol comes out, we have to show it. And then, the Steins Gate Sanrio crossover. So remember the Hello Kitty one? This is we're going back to Kirby and SpongeBob. Like weird things don't expect to come together.
Hello Kitty is like the exception. You can cross over with anything.
Right. Well, they did go right. So I think about this as like the concept of the what do you call that? The loot crate or whatever. Like random crap you just don't need to own, constantly coming to your door week after week or month after month, and it's just a box of stuff you feel like you can't throw away, but you don't really want. But apparently Japan thrives on this. So I don't know. Maybe it's a good deal for some cultures. And then also there's a official Studio Ghibli skateboards are a thing now.
The problem with something like that is that I won't want it to get scuffed up.
You're gonna mount it on a wall or something. All right, and then we got the
Raimu.
Oh,
damn it!
I saw that on RHYS stuff, and I thought that looked pretty fucking off. That's like $200 though.
I should have brought this up when you were showing your Gundams. There's a new limited edition Gundam model made out of 100% Gundarium. So basically, without reading the actual article, Gundarium, a fictional metal from the universe of Gundam that is harvested from moon. Like it's a metal that's found on the moon or whatever, right? Something like that.
Actually made out of.
I got it wrong, but he left to pick up his daycare. So anyway, so here's the thing though: the way that they made it, right? The base metals, because it's not a real metal, right? So they had to make it by like recreating the circumstances that would create it on the moon, like pressure of a certain degree and asteroids getting thrown at it or something. So it says here, the base metals of high purity titanium, aluminum, and rare earth element yttrium, I think is how you pronounce that, were gathered, but mixing them in a molten state would not be ideal in a low gravity environment. So what they did instead, they reduced them to a powder, like they grinded them into dust and then mixed that, and then they melted that back into a solid, right? So they combined them by sintering, which means that they were fused together through pressure and heating to just below the melting point, and then they like inject them into the mold. But the thing is that Gundam model kits are designed to have interlocking parts that snap together, right?
Yeah.
And plastic is able to do that.
It's malleable.
This metal's not that easy, so they had to like come up with a whole new system and everything. Like this just got way out of hand, I feel like, when they were designing it. A single kit costs $2,000 US. That is pricey, but it did little to stop all the pre-orders from getting scooped up right after they were posted. Or when
How do you cut out the pieces though?
Well, I think that it's still probably small enough that you could break it.
I just need my spot welder to like get this out of here.
Just take your wire cutters.
Anyway, it's a pretty neat idea, but again, I'm not going to pay $2,000 for something that looks as unimpressive as the Gundam you showed off earlier. Where like that looks way cooler in the box for some reason.
Well, the box art looks so good on all the Gundams.
I know. So jumping through a couple more here. So I saw this one, Godzilla Charges with Breath, right? So they got the figure arts has a Monster Arts figure line. So it's kind of
has so many like different intersections on his neck that it looks like
yeah.
I don't know. It looks like he has major wounds.
So they also had Biolante, which is actually the movie I'm on right now. For my marathon with my kids.
That's like the only horror Godzilla I can remember. It basically felt
some of
that
them
way.
are pretty horrible.
King Kong versus Godzilla.
Okay, also, this is just pretty weirdly interesting. They have a little diorama for a Japanese-style bathhouse that you can put your pets or anime figures in.
Good Photoshop.
All right, and then... real quick. Also, little mini Sega consoles, which is kind of a neat thing that you probably none of your actual figures will be able to
work like that. I thought you meant like the mini Nintendo and entertainment system type deal.
These are
like
micro. Yeah, these are micro. But look at how detailed they are. Like they've got the disc and everything.
They don't have the cables. It's not official.
All right. 3 more. Death Note wristwatch with the secret compartment for the Death Note. Official Death Note. Like, there's nothing on this other than it saying Death Note right here even looks out of place. You know? Like, it just looks like a normal wristwatch. Nobody would second guess that, right?
Right.
Which is the point, but because the Death Note doesn't actually work, it's not a useful tool.
Right. I just think it's funny that
it's
they
just
actually
like
went to the
something to
trouble.
put your... We lost our guest.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It'd be something to put like your passwords on.
Yeah, I mean, you could come with uses for it. You could store your potato chips in there. All right, ramen-themed hotel room now accepting guests in Japan. So I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, oh, is it just like a picture though? Damn it! I thought it would be way funny if there was like an actual like restaurant.
Wrong.
Right? That makes way more sense. That was just a photo.
That'd be hilarious, though.
Okay, here we go. So the Ghibli Park, which my highlights are gone on here. So I thought this is the only thing on my mind. What happens to Satsuki and Mei's house, which is an exhibit they used to have? So they're actually building the park around that in order to keep that from the 2005 World Expo. So that's going to be remaining in the park, but they're going to be adding Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away. The theme park will include 5 regions, recreating the settings of films like My Neighbor Totoro, Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away. In fact, one attraction is already in place, Satsuki and Mei's house from My Neighbor Totoro, which is constructed for the 2005 World Expo and will remain in the park. Okay. So, university staff member caught printing out large letter-sized porn collection on office computer. All right, so it's probably, I mean, hopefully we can get our guest back, but maybe
it's better to cover this before.
Yeah,
speed run it.
I love the picture they've got of their like intern guy. So who needs the cloud when you've got an envelope under your desk? On the 11th of June, the administrative department of the University of Kitakyushu, a manager in his 60s, was using an office computer when he happened upon a site that featured adult content. Knowing such online viewing was wrong, he quickly closed the page. However, the seeds of temptation were sown, and he began feeling uncontrollable urges to open it back up. For the following week, he would secretly return to his erotic sites periodically for a total of 5 cumulative hours. Each time, he would select his favorite images and then download them onto A4-sized paper, right? 8 1/4 by 11 3/4 inch paper, using the school's office printer. By the 17th of June, he had collected 73 pages of porn and kept them all in an envelope on a shelf under his desk. It was then that a colleague came across the illicit envelope and reported it to their superior. He admitted to the wrongdoing, telling the university, "I printed them because I wanted to retain the deliverables." That is the weirdest way to phrase it. It would appear that the university took mercy on the manager's horniness, however, and let him off with a warning. Instead, the university vowed to take measures to prevent its staff from getting accidentally enchanted by erotic images on the job, such as installing software that blocks certain websites. Readers of the news also weren't too hard on the man, but couldn't resist a good laugh at his expense, saying, quote, "He doesn't have a computer at home? He seemed to say it was on impulse, but then went on to look for 5 hours and print out 73 pictures. He called them deliverables." That guy is crazy. He was definitely going to get caught. I kind of respect him for the 5 hours of viewing, but why the hell did he make printouts?
How did they get the statistics on this?
I don't know. The wrong guest showed up though.
Wrong guest showed up. Wrong guess.
You came literally at the end of the podcast.
We're waiting on our other guest to return.
Who's the other guest? Is it her?
She said her phone died. She's reconnecting.
Oh, she was calling you with the phone.
Thank you for doing the podcast while I was at work.
No problem.
We got your back.
Oh, goody.
Children.
I was going to ask you for those. My wife just brought me some Doritos.
What flavor?
Show us.
Dorito flavor.
Nacho cheese.
Oh, the
fiery
flavor.
kind? I had them yesterday. They're not that hot. Spicy sweet chili dinamita chili and
at least that has flavor.
Spanish. Yeah.
How many chips
Dinamita wants to kill me.
How many chips are in a serving for that one? For Doritos?
I don't know, but for me it's the entire bag. About 10 servings per container, so 12 chips.
Who eats 12 chips?
Not me. 120
Dietitians.
Not even stretching it. All right, so why the hell did he make the printouts? Nice try, but I heard there was a guy in Kobe University who logged 1,220 hours on adult sites over the course of 2 years. While it's certainly funny and all, I think everyone is overlooking the more serious problem, which is this guy's alarming lack of computer literacy. Sure, he isn't a teacher, but seeing as schools are occasionally targets of hacking attempts, he should at least have a basic knowledge of how to use them. And we're deep enough into the information age that his age shouldn't be an excuse anymore. He would have been in his 30s when the internet first hit it big and should have figured out how to get nudie pics from it by now, rather than squirreling them away under his desk like some 12-year-old in the 70s.
Put them on your phone,
The only excuse I would accept was if this guy was some sort of porn hipster and only liked viewing it on fine-grained paper rather than a digital screen. But even then, he should have known to print it off on one of the high-quality printers at Japan's leading convenience store chains rather than his office. All that just to link to another article.
Just imagine going to Staples and like requesting, can you print all these documents
Bro,
off?
I bet you that happens.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it does.
Oh, yeah.
If the school really wants to help the situation, they should give him the technical skills and know-how to get his jollies off in a safe and efficient fashion. In doing so, they may even imbue him with knowledge that will improve his work performance as well.
Or turn him into a monster and just have him jerking off all day instead of working.
All right. So, we have to discuss Shield Hero.
All right.
But now our guest is missing, and if they aren't coming back, do they want to come back for Bacano, or do they want? Should we?
She said reconnecting.
Okay.
So I don't know if we should start and then in the midst of it, if she
Well, I guess
joins
Augie
in.
could do some pickups.
Augie, do you have your pickups?
Oh, yes.
I'm thinking that if when she connects, we
they
should
got
have
me
her
a
rapid fire
Neo
in the
Geo
same
Mini.
way. Wait, what?
I got a Neo Geo Mini. Let me tell you, this bastard is very complex for no reason whatsoever. Instead of it being plug and play, no discs.
No, that exists, is what I said.
Yeah, it exists. Yeah, there's some different special editions. So this little arcade unit you see, that is what's in here. So had to buy 2 of the controllers, one white, one black, just for not having a fight with who's player 1 and 2. And you have to get a special HDMI cord to plug it into your TV. Don't know why you have to.
One?
No, it's a different. It's HDV. Yeah, HDMI cord to normal. This one has
What's
like
normal?
a special. Normal is what you plug in your TV. This one has like
HDMI is the new normal. So
I know there's something strange here.
The red, white, and yellow cords? Or...
No, not those. Not component.
He's talking about coaxial.
Coaxial. Fine, I'll do something very smart.
It sounds very unnormal, what you're describing.
Well, yeah, it's a Neo Geo Mini. How many of y'all have that?
No.
0.
We can have a real Neo Geo.
So you plug it into your TV, but it has a screen on it?
It has a screen right here. There's stickers and stuff to stick back here if you want. But right here, as you see this HDMI port, it's super small compared to what's normal.
Oh,
Is it a mini HDMI or a USB-C?
Mini to normal HDMI cord. That's
Okay,
what
The
that's
thing is
right.
that there's mini and there's micro.
Micro? No, that's USB.
I'm
I
not
don't think there's a
purchasing
micro HDMI.
No, I think there is a micro HDMI.
Send
Look at
me
it.
a link. I know there's that for USB, but I'm not HDMI.
Anyway. So how many games are on there, Neo Geo?
2.
It has two. It has 40. Whole slew of Metal Slug. Whole slew of Metal Slug 1 through 5. King of Fighters 1 and 2. Sengoku 3. Magic Lord. Blues Journey. Shock Troopers 2nd Squad. Along with Shock Troopers. Robo Army. Crossed Swords. Mutation Nation. You're whistling, but we're waiting for the other person to come back.
No, I'm pulling up
3 count bout.
micro HDMI.
Yeah.
There you go.
Interesting.
Well,
Sweet.
what's mini HDMI? I need to see the comparison, sir.
This is
King
mini.
of Fighters 95.
This is mini right
97,
here.
98. 2000, 2002.
Mini
Art
HDMI.
of Fighting.
And that's micro.
Fatal
Okay, well, I
Fury
guess I've-
Special. Real
I'm
Battle
using
Fatal
micro.
Fury. Garu, Mark of the Wolves. Samurai Showdown 2 and Samurai Showdown 4. Samurai Showdown 5 Special. The Last Blade 2. World Heroes Perfect. Kitsuna's Encounter. Ninja Masters. Blazing Star, Last Resort. Ghost Pilots, Puzzled. Top Golf Players. Or Top Players Golf.
Top
Super
golf
Sidekick,
players is what I heard.
and most importantly, Football Frenzy.
Okay.
Rated T.
Welcome back to our guest.
Hi.
Yay!
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Kinda.
Oh,
We can hear you.
Your timing is actually really good because we are right now ready to jump into our Shield Hero discussion.
I'll see. I'm good.
Good job. Well, before we jump into it, do you want to plug anything? YouTube and Twitter. I've got you in the description of the video for anybody who's interested.
Okay.
But if you wanted to plug anything, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. So I'm Anime Intensity. I run a really crazy anime channel and manga channel. I just do whatever I feel like, to be honest. But I hope you take a look at my channel if you haven't already. There's a lot of interesting things there. I'm on Twitter too. So yeah, check me out.
And you have posted 2 new videos in the past couple days, haven't you?
I know I'm getting productive.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, and one today too. I'm hopefully.
Oh wow, you're on fire.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're happy to have you. Thank you for joining us. Do you have anything you want to start out saying about Shield Hero? Do you?
Honestly, like I don't watch a lot of isekai, but I really enjoyed this one. So I'm glad that I watched it
Yeah.
because it's a
Yeah.
genre that I'm not too familiar with, and I think that this was a really good pick. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isekai, it's probably a good thing you don't watch a lot of isekai, honestly. But yeah. I chose it because my brother told me about Shield Hero long ago when it was still just a manga. And, then I started reading it because One Piece was releasing it. And, I was like, dude, this is like really good. And then when I got in, I'm like, oh, we have to watch this. And then when I watched episode 21, like we were still deciding what to do for the next watch club. I'm like, okay, episode 21, we have to watch it now, which was that's the execution episode
Yeah.
where they get renamed. I'm like, oh my god, that's just
that
too
literally
funny.
fits it for me from a 4.5 out of 5 to 5 stars. Yeah. So we did for our last podcast, we watched Goblin Slayer. And I enjoyed that watch, but immediately after I finished Goblin Slayer, I watched just the first episode of Shield Hero, and I was blown away by the quality in the animation. The storytelling was really fresh for how isekais usually go, because in the past with isekai, like for instance Escaflowne, there's a lot of longing to get back to your home world, and I feel like this series gets bogged down. Like there's a lot of isekais where I feel like they don't actually need to be an isekai. And I think that this show really avoided that trap because he doesn't even seem, I mean, he wants to get back to his home world, but like the audience never gets a reason why that life is better than the one he now has, other than the fact that he's a complete outcast at the beginning, which brings it to the ending of the first season where he basically decides he's going to stay there. And it felt completely earned that we got that response from him, that his life there was so much more fulfilling, especially after everything finally started to go his way, that I was incredibly satisfied with the entire first season. Like I hands down, probably the best show we've watched on the podcast so far.
I'm glad to hear that.
Wow.
That's some serious praise coming from me, right? Like for all the other shit we've watched.
Well, especially because you were saying, oh, everything we're watching now sucks.
He doesn't like anime. That's just how he is.
He's just the anime collector. He doesn't actually watch
Yeah.
it. It's all
likes
it's
to
all
look at
It's an aesthetic choice for wall hangers.
It's like a hipster thing for me, you know.
There you
Anyway, what do you guys think, RHYS and Nagi?
I liked it. I mean, I watched it when it aired, and I enjoyed it week to week. And it was like every time we got a new episode, I was like, God damn, I want the next episode already.
Yeah.
That was my problem with watching it week by week. This is a show that I need to sit down and just binge.
I definitely was
Full torture.
That I was able to sit down and watch it in installments, like of just like 5 episodes, 6 episodes at a time. But I actually watched the broadcast version because in order to get our amazing backdrop, I needed to. How do I do this? Like, I don't know how to actually show the background.
You have to cut everybody out of the podcast.
I'm not going to do that to people. But yeah, in order to get high quality, stuff, I have to watch it in VLC so I can save the screenshot. And I gotta say, because it's kind of annoying because it does that thing where it goes dark during certain flashy moments, to prevent seizures and stuff, according to Japanese regulation. But the animation was absurdly good for a broadcast. Like absurdly good. There were a couple things that I felt like probably got fixed or improved during.
Probably could usually watch the DVD version and got the same.
Well, I think what is it? Kinema Citrus has higher standards that they're like actually putting out a finished product, or at least majorly finished product once they've broadcasted it. I think that that's just the case because other studios like that one that did that like Scry, what is it? Scry Racer X or whatever. That really the one Funimation only released on DVD subbed because it was so poorly rated. Yeah. I don't know, something like that. That one people argue doesn't have really any animation, so there's different standards for different studios, I guess.
Sure. That would be Inferno Cop or Ninja Slayer.
Sure. So the thing is that, like, I feel like it's just become such a common thing that animation is just really suffering, especially right now. And so seeing like that opening shot where it starts with
on the cliffside,
it jumps like into the series before, like, you don't even know who Raftalia is, right? That whole sequence at her like homeland with the ball and her already basically an adult and everything was like so beautifully animated and set such an atmosphere that like I was ready to go right from the moment I hit play. You know what I mean?
I believe the first episode was restructured a bit from the manga. And I think it was actually like a good restructure because there's a lot of anime like Knights and Magic and stuff that take their own liberties and completely change the adaptation nowadays. So I'm really like satisfied when something like Shield Hero does really good, like does what's the word? They do justice to the source material, I should say.
I think that manga has a chance, like where one of the anime adaptations have a opportunity occasionally to really, when, like, for instance, let me put it this way. Tokyo Ghoul, the manga is really different from the anime, but like when you're creating a manga and you're basically producing things, you have like a loose structure in your head of where you want the story to go, but you're basically making stuff up week to week, right? So when it goes to an anime adaptation, you have a chance to introduce characters earlier so that they don't just feel like a feature of the week when they actually show up. Yeah. So for example, in the live action movie for Tokyo Ghoul, like Jason's not in it at all, right? It's all about RHYS and the counter ghoul people, right? And then the second movie is all about Tsukiyama, right? But in the show, these characters get introduced, like Jason's like in the opening shot, and like that wraps up extremely satisfactory by that final episode of the first season, and you got Tsukiyama like intermixed in there. And I feel like sometimes now I haven't read the Tokyo Ghoul manga. I hear it's actually way better than the show, especially as season 2 kind of derails completely. But I think that there's an opportunity there to restructure certain storytelling elements so that it just like it's much more well-rounded, because you get that foreshadowing that if you were to sit down and write a novel, you're not writing it down like a light novel is written a little bit differently. But like if you sat down and wrote an actual novel, you have those foreshadowing moments because you start here and you write all this part of your book, and then you go back after you've come up with a new idea and you sort of like start influencing it earlier on slightly here or there because you rewrite your novel like 1,000 times before you publish it. Whereas when you're doing your manga, it's like, well, week to week, you got to have that next chapter out. You know what I mean? So I think that really shines, right, month to month. So anyway, I just with your statement there regarding the restructuring, I think that it was a really, I think they did a fantastic job with that, and I thought it really paid off.
Another point I'd like to say is how I was really compelled to this story just because it's like they just shove right in your face how much everyone quickly just turns into a hate mob against him, and it's like you just want to feel the justice for him. Yeah, which
like that
he does get
edge, like you wouldn't normally get from. Would you call this a shonen?
Isekai.
Shonen show.
Fantasy. I don't know. I don't think I would call it a shonen because when I think of shonen, I think about like I think about like Goblin Slayer is closer to
it
shonen.
It is classified as a seinen.
Yeah.
Okay. So
like,
you got the shonen edge.
That last moment where you unleash the move, and like I feel like shonen probably isn't the proper term, but continuing with your thought, were you saying?
But yeah, it gives you this like really. You're really compelled to like get this justice for him. And the thing that makes it much more interesting is that it's like he comes in here, he's supposed to be the hero, but it's like I hate everyone. I hate all these other heroes. They're being complete asses to me. So screw them. And he's also the shield hero. He's like what am I going to do with this shield? Yeah. So it's got all these like chemicals together to make this beautiful formula of interesting. I just want to watch it.
Right, I thought it resonated.
So yeah, and
with the aspect, especially right now with the cancel culture and stuff, because this
cancel culture, yeah, this is so ahead of its time.
A big middle finger to cancel culture, like it's putting them on trial in the whole story, right? And I felt like
this was made starting in 2012. This is so ahead of its time. It's awesome.
Well, I think that cancel culture and that sort of thing has just gotten so much worse since then. But I think it was definitely there. And I don't know that it's necessarily ahead of its time, but it's just continued to build and snowball.
It's very relevant the time that it happened to be coming out, I guess you could say.
So seeing the character be falsely accused, especially when the audience knows he didn't do anything and he's done nothing but like try to make the best of the situation he's in. And then like that was an interesting premise right there. And then you see him like, fuck everyone. Like I'm not even going to work with the other heroes, whatever. That was like the attitude there. Like that's a very relatable response. Right. And then I was really impressed with how the story went, where like things I just wasn't expecting, like the sword hero killing that dragon and then being like, all right, my job's done. And then having it cause all that pestilence and disease, right? And like all the other heroes basically doing things and believing that they were so great and how it all backfired, right? And I thought that like every step of the way, I was just digging how the typical, like it was turning the trope on its head of like slaying the dragon, saving the town and all that, just destroying everything, or basically the idea of good intentions aren't enough, right? Like just like it almost kind of came across as like the virtue signal, right, of that being empty, right, and actually being worthless compared to the actual effort that the shield hero was putting in, which I felt like that just incredibly resonated, especially at this time.
Wow, I didn't think of it that way.
You get what I mean? Like you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I thought that the three others just kept treating it like a video game the whole time without, like you said, repercussions, but not a care in the world to like, you destroyed something, but you don't care about the villagers for some reason.
I also loved, real quick, I just flashed in my head, how he always had the little orange like Pac-Man things hidden under
the balloon creatures.
The balloons. Yeah.
He just has a stash of them in case he needed them.
Get the level 1 monster to
they didn't come back
what you want from the villagers.
I have a question for our guest. So you did a what is it? Is it a light novel review of the Reprisal of the Spear Hero. So
yeah,
that's a spinoff.
Yeah, the manga.
Oh, that's a manga. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's probably both, but yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you when you read that, you had this attitude of like, oh, he's a fun character, Motoyasu, and all this stuff. So when going to the Shield Hero after the fact, how did you feel about his character then? Because he's a completely different guy. He's just this airheaded, like, believes everything he's told without questioning type deal, and he becomes like the opposite, I'm assuming.
Right.
So how is that?
Honestly, like I'm not the biggest fan of the main character. I felt like in the beginning he was someone different, and then eventually, like, as the anime progresses, his personality does change because he grows as a character.
He's really bitter in the beginning and comes off like really abrasive.
Right, exactly. Especially like the way he would treat Natalia at times. I was like, really? Like, so
I totally get why he was like that. It's like, but after he grew to trust her, he started being like, giving. Well, he gave her food from the beginning, but he gave her a lot less tough love and just started like being much more caring.
He did. So he does go through different, I guess, stages throughout this anime. So it was interesting to see how he was in the beginning and through, every single episode. But I don't know. He's definitely different the way he was portrayed in that spinoff and the way
Motoyasu.
In the main series. It's a different portrayal, but it was very interesting to see.
You almost kind of still like him though, because he's like such a blatant idiot. It's like,
True,
yes, she is absolutely right. Yeah, I still have to pick that one up, the spinoff. I wonder if that's gonna get an anime. That'd be interesting.
That would be.
Shield Hero is supposed to get 2 more seasons.
Oh yeah, that's so weird that they confirmed 2 seasons, 2 extra seasons.
Well, I mean, it was like, I remember we sort of covered it on the podcast where it's like, okay, so like people in the West are making a bunch of noise about nothing, right? About this series because of the false rape allegation, which the audience literally knows is false. And they're making it into some big like political bullshit statement. But in Japan, like they ate this series up, right? And it was like, we constantly covered the ratings and how well it was doing. So I'm not surprised at all that they've greenlit 2 additional seasons, especially since they brought the characters into Isekai Quartet and all that as well.
If it was a single season, I'd totally, that I'd think nothing of it.
It's unusual for 2
other seasons.
Especially considering that the first season was already 25 episodes.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's going to be 2 25-episode seasons, or if it's going to be
enough material.
I'm down for that.
No, I don't think there's quite enough material.
No, there's.
Season.
The first season covered the first 5 novels, and I believe there's like 18 or 19 out already.
I think I saw a source that said otherwise, but it was slightly more than 5. But I think there's 15 at the moment. So, but
are you going to take it to the ANN Encyclopedia article?
I mean, pull it up if you guys want. I want to know, what did you guys think about Lark, the Scythe hero?
The Scythe hero?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very pleasant surprise at the ending with him.
That was cool.
Yeah.
So I felt like, there's this thing that I kind of talked about this a little bit in the Broly video that went up today about how likable the character of Chilai was like right away, and how it's actually not easy to bring a character in, especially one that feels kind of shoehorned. Not that she did, but I feel like Lark could have easily fallen flat, right?
Oh, right, that guy.
But I felt like that character came in and you really quickly accepted him as part of the story. He was likable. And I kind of felt like that twist was predictable.
How he was the hero from his world?
Yeah, it seemed obvious because of his strength and the way that he wielded his weapon and stuff that he was a hero as well. And I wasn't... I was a little bit skeptical when Glass first showed up because she seemed so different from the rest of the wave combatants. So it all kind of fit into place. It was still satisfying when it happened. Like I didn't feel like I knew that was coming, you know, but I just like, it was a little bit predictable, but I feel like they pulled it off. Like I really feel like they did, especially because he's only in there for like 3 episodes. Like right after episode 21, like they jump up, like boom, they meet him on the
quest
the dock or whatever. They end up on the same boat in the same room. They experience grind together, and then all that crap just like happens, you know. And it's like I don't know. I really felt like I was just very impressed with how for such a small mini arc that happens literally right at the tail end of the entire season, but it felt completely earned, even though you never saw this character before. But I guess it probably felt earned because we knew Glass before. Like that was the tie-in that made it not feel right at the end. Perhaps
between part 1 and 2 for me, that kind of did what Netflix does for most of its series. As you watch it, you get that hook to try to get you to watch more, to find out what the answer is. Yeah, which I'm glad that last part happened, because I get to know more about who Glass is and where she came from. Mm-hmm. And you also
that's a good point, because Glass is literally right in the halfway point of the series. Like she is in episode 12. That's where that happens.
The final boss.
Yeah. Because like you're saying, it's kind of like in the series 24, they would have like the premise that you're building up to, and then literally at the 12-hour mark in that show, it would they'd unveil that that's not even what's going on, and there's something completely different happening that hooks you in for the next 12 hours of the show. Yeah, like that's a strategy. When I was in film school, they talked about their formula for screenwriting is so precise that you can take a script and open it to a certain page and say the climax happens right here, right? Because it's like they all end up. It's like the way the formula is written. Other than like if you're Christopher Nolan and you're writing your stories backwards or something, that you can actually predict exactly where certain events in a story are going to happen, because that's how we're all sort of trained in story writing to convey a story, you know.
So regarding the XP grind, I think the way they handled the video game elements, like trying to put them into this isekai, I think it was handled well, because it was like you could grasp what they were doing. It didn't just seem like they just shoved it all in there. And you know, you just saw all this progression. Like he already ground like from episode to episode, and it's like, oh, he's got a rope shield, he's got a this and that shield. And
I feel like it would have failed.
He quickly explain
if UI element hadn't been so clear to see his shield and like the thing pop up and like going around
the trees.
Yeah, that was so well put together that I was willing, like, because that was something that it could have turned me off to the series, but I felt like the UI element was so clear, and like you didn't have to know exactly what he was selecting, especially since it was all written in Japanese anyway. But you could tell. It gave you a familiarity to gaming to a point where you could understand what he was doing, even if you didn't understand exactly what he was doing. You know, you could follow his thought process and where he was going and how he was shifting into different modes and everything. And I
remember it did have like it said stuff like the rope shield and stuff like that. I think it said that on the subtitles, but
I turned off
either way.
Because the download I had, because remember I was doing it so I could get the screenshots, had English or Japanese, and subtitles or no subtitles.
No in between. Okay. Yeah.
What I liked about his status web, if you will, is it's not in your face. They briefly describe it. There's not no inner monologue or the as you know explanations that happen. There is a scene where it kind of goes meta in the game, but that was like towards the end when they're on the island and they're trying to figure out how to level up the best you can.
That
was funny.
That one part I almost missed it when they killed that one beast when they're experience grinding, and they're like, there's a weird drop here. Like, what is this? And they're like, what the hell? And then like they just don't address it, and then you're like, oh, those like penguin scuba suits were the thing that it dropped. Like I almost didn't realize that's what it was. I thought he just bought some item, you know?
Oh.
This out of the shows that we've watched, Escaflowne came close. This was one where I Started at 6 a.m. to watch and ended later that night to finish in one day.
Nice.
I've only done that with one series, and that was back Mongolian Chop Squad.
Every
Really?
time there's a long-running series like One Piece or Dragon Ball, I can watch more than 24 episodes or like roughly 24 episodes in one sitting within one day. But every show that's 24 episodes on Mal that I've marked has elapsed over more than one day. I can't, for some reason, with an actual show that ends, I don't do it. I don't watch it in one sitting. I don't get it.
Probably some pacing issues.
Yeah,
or,
it's probably because when you watch a show like Dragon Ball, for example, there's filler arcs and stuff where you can kind of because what's difficult is giving your full attention to a show for the entirety of those 24 episodes. But if a show has filler and stuff, you can kind of like get other
Zone
stuff
out.
or zone out a little bit easier.
No.
it's not as
When I
mentally-
was in high school, I watched all of Dragon Ball Z with full attention after school.
But you were watching it. You were watching like you'd come home from school and have a fresh mind to watch, an episode or two. You're not sitting there marathoning 30 episodes at once with full attention.
I guess so, but I mean, I also liked some of the fillers, especially like season 7, which was all filler. But
wait a minute. Hold up.
I like that.
AI, what show have you binge watched all the way through?
AI
One
is
sitting.
needed.
AI is muted.
Artificial intelligence.
We'll ask her when she comes back.
Okay.
So on that weird tangent, the last show I literally remember just sitting down and finishing in one sitting was Tokyo Ghoul, which is weird to me because I didn't think it was phenomenal, like episode to episode, but I thought that the overall story was great.
Engaged you?
Yeah, just because like I liked how quickly the pacing in that first couple episodes. I just felt like they masterfully handled his confliction. It didn't come across as whiny when he was like dealing with the fact that he wasn't human anymore and stuff. I felt like they gave you just enough that it was warranted and didn't carry on and drag it out too long. A lot of the episodes felt like, there were parts where it felt like it got slow, but by the end of the episode, it felt like it was worth it to have sat through it. And then that whole season, that ending conclusion was just, we lost her again, was just great, amazing payoff. I know I watched something else because my wife specifically brings it up. Oh, Bacano. Actually, I marathoned that in one go. Come to think of it. And Durara. But I didn't. Well, we'll talk about that another time.
Lately, I've been able to like marathon through 12 eppers in one day, just to eat simple because it's just 5. Typically,
it's
they're
only
like
4
5
hours. Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah, no, the only issue with me is that because I've got the kids and all the other responsibilities, that's just
It's hard to go straight through it.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's working. Okay,
Okay.
sorry. I heard the question, and then for some reason my mic was muted.
Oh no!
What was your question?
I'm gonna have to pause you guys. I have to go. So,
Okay, Reese.
Okay. See you later.
With us.
I'm gonna correct you, FDDNM. There are 22 Shield Hero novels right now.
Wow.
So before you go, Reese, do you want to promote our next watch club?
We are watching Bakano next week.
Oh, that's
I'm
a good one.
excited. This is my favorite series.
Fantastic show. Outstanding. Anyway, thank you for being with us, Reese, and we'll catch you next week.
I'll see you guys next week.
Take it easy.
See you later.
I'm
Bye-bye.
sorry I didn't get to talk to you much Anime Intensity, but it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Then we lose FDNM.
Oh. No connection of FDDNM is gone again.
All right.
All right.
The question again
Bye.
was about take it easy, man.
I'll see you guys.
Was about marathoning. Like,
Yes.
what's the last time you've marathoned a show from, like, you just sat down, you started the first episode and didn't stop till you were done?
Oh, jeez. I don't remember the last time I actually did that just because I have no time.
Yeah, I know, being an adult and
I
all.
understand that.
Yeah, but I think the last time probably would have to be with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But I watched it pretty late too. It's not like I feel like a lot of people watched it when it was airing or, you know, around the time when it aired, but I watched it pretty late, like a few years after it was first released. So by the time I watched it, it was still like brand new to me. And I really just watched episode after episode until that thing was done.
I'm in that boat too, because I've got the show. I loved the original series. I still haven't watched Brotherhood because I'm waiting for a time when I can devote, you know, like 2 days straight to sit.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I totally get where you're coming from.
It's great. Yeah.
I'm one of the few here that watched it while it aired. So.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I never watched it when it aired. I wish I did.
I don't watch stuff when it airs usually because I have a rule where I exclusively watch stuff that I own. So I always watch it on DVD or Blu-ray or on Netflix, but I own it and put it in there and then watch it on Netflix because it's more convenient. But yeah, I don't usually watch stuff when it airs. Anyway, so what's up?
What?
You're cutting out. I think we're having some connectivity issues. Maybe so we've pretty much gotten through, unless you guys have anything more you want to say about Shield Hero, maybe we can invite you back sometime when we're, because I know you've got some power outages happening in your neck of the woods and whatnot. So maybe we can reconvene at a more convenient time. But do you guys have anything else you wanted to share? Anything going on?
Yeah, the characters in Shield Hero were very likable, considering Raphaelia and Flo when she burst out of the scene.
Yeah, I actually really liked Melty. Weirdly, I thought she was going to get. I liked her a lot. I liked Philo and Raphtalia a lot. I liked I liked how his harem of lollies just kept growing. I thought that was really funny, and especially because the show itself presents itself as a harem, but without any of the really obnoxious stuff about harems. And then they have that
you get more of the passion stuff instead of slapstick.
What's up?
You get more of the passion with the harem than the slapstick.
Yeah. Even though they even got a beach episode in there.
Yeah.
They always manage to do that, right?
Yeah.
I was still surprised that they would reference Chocobo Dungeon in this show. That just, when I first saw it, that just came out of nowhere.
I like that reference.
The Colonial Queen, even like that came out of nowhere. Yeah, they have the giant dinosaur chasing them, and then they get Deus Ex Machina saved by a giant version of Filolial.
Yeah,
it's a fun show, very fun watch. Definitely enjoyed it. And like you said, the characters are great. Oh, even the green-haired girl at the end. I love that they brought her into his party at the end. And I just love when she first gets introduced and she's just flying across the screen like like they had a great way to really showcase the characters. And I mean, like, every character has that, you know. You hate Malty or Mine, like you hate her right off the bat, but she is so integral to the plot that you accept that she has to be there, right? Same thing with the king, you know, and all that. And Raphtalia just passionately pleading on Shield Hero's behalf as like, you know, he's never made me do anything I didn't want to do. The only time he even used the slave crest was to get me to fight so that I could be strong enough to, you know, just great, hands down, amazing how they played everything out. Really a fresh, you know, it's like every once in a while you see an anime, like, because you get kind of jaded. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff, so you get kind of jaded to anime after a while, and then a show will come out. Like for me, Attack on Titan, I think for a lot of people, sort of reignited that fire in you, that passion you have for this medium. And I feel like this was a pick me up that I definitely needed this year. So,
yeah, I feel like in terms of isekai and all that, you know, Naofumi, he doesn't start off strong off the bat. And I like that because a lot of times in different shows, it's like, oh, well, look, he's the strongest person. And it's like
trope.
Right, exactly. So I liked how he wasn't the strongest at the beginning. He got the shield and not what he really wanted, you know. So it was definitely like a breath of fresh air because it was just so different from other things that I've seen. So I thought it was really nice.
Yeah, I agree because they give you a character. I mean, everything is against this guy. From
exactly.
the second he's brought into this world, like literally everything is going against him, and yet it really promotes that spirit of working hard in spite of the unfair hardships that life gives you, and coming out on top because you persevered. And I think that again, especially with the cancel culture sort of angle and everything, is just such an uplifting message right now that I think just resonates immensely with everything that's going on, especially right now with the pandemic, you know, like being in a world where everything's upside down and just keeping your nose to the ground and keep working, keep getting through it. And just, you know, I don't know. I just felt like it was really uplifting to get that, especially like I said, at this point in the year, to have that little boost, you know?
Exactly.
When I first watched this, like when it first aired within the first 5 minutes, I was afraid the main character was going to be another Kirito clone, where everything is just handed to him.
Exactly.
He's false, but he just doesn't really fight. Just walks into things, and stuff just solves itself. I'm glad I did not receive that this time.
So on the one hand, he's the character himself avoids the born under a lucky star trope, but at the same time, his shield ends up being pretty much the strongest weapon they have. Shield. But I felt like they handled that so incredibly well because of how much it obviously was not a good idea to keep using it, even when they had to. And then, of course, we had Anime Pope, which was like, that probably has an entire light novel devoted to it. But that was like such a crazy thing to happen where all of a sudden they just get like the freaking meteor like strike. And I kind of want to sit down and rewatch the show again, to be honest, to experience stuff again. But yeah, I really did think that it was a phenomenally well constructed series, and I'm just going to keep repeating myself that it's worth a watch. Anyway.
I agree. And I hope they do the spin-off too, because I thought it was like, based on what I read, like I really liked the spin-off, so I hope that they do end up animating it as well.
I mean, I'm always game for more adaptations.
Sure. Definitely.
I'm here.
All right. Well, I think we've gone for almost 5 hours now. Thank you for joining us, Alyssa.
Thank you. I'm sorry with all the power problems and.
You know
I
what?
have the same name as my sister.
We
really.
Yeah.
We had. This is like we normally do the podcast weekly. Every other week, if I've got a lot going on. We had a 3-week break, so this was like the timing ended up pretty much perfect with you coming on right when you did. I was actually stressing about it a lot because I was I'm going to move this to next week, you know, but it actually worked out pretty good. So I'm glad to have you here. And again, everybody, hey, the Thought Slayer.
What are you doing here?
My internet literally died as soon as RHYS left. RHYS took me with him.
RHYS didn't even leave. You left first. All right. Anyway,
I'm back just in time for the end.
Yeah, we're wrapping. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you check out Anime Intensity on Twitter and on YouTube.
And make sure to check out Brad's new video of the Broly.
Yes.
The full-length feature anime review.
Whoa.
As long as the movie.
And I have also made an upload on my channel for the first time in 69 months. It's an unboxing of Digimon cards. They released a new Digimon card series, and it's really cool. Nice art and stuff. Yeah.
My channel,
I used to collect them. That was nice.
Well, you'll start collecting them again. I can tell you that much.
I'll check it out.
And on my channel, Thursdays at 3, expect another video.
That's right. Augie has a channel now.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to update your thing in the description to have that instead of the blog.
It is in there.
Is it? I don't think your YouTube channel's in there. I think it's the blog instead.
Should. It says YouTube.
We can figure that out on our own time. Anyway, thank you guys for watching and joining us, spending this time with us. And thank you for supporting us all these years and everything. So next podcast, let's see. I think I still have time before Gap Shift starts because that's not for like another 2 weeks. So as far as I'm concerned, we should have a podcast next week, probably on Thursday. Anyway, thank you guys again for joining us, and we'll see you.